Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning from Jakarta. It is truly a great honor and privilege for us to be your host for this significant conference. I am Danar.
And I am Lintang. We warmly welcome you to the 5th
Fifth
World Customs Organization RTC Indonesia International Conference Transforming Customs, Transparency, Innovation, and Digitalization for Global Trade. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let us express our gratitude to God the Almighty for granting us the blessings to attend this momentous conference. And I would like to extend a very warm and distinguished welcome to Director of International Affairs DGCE, Ibu Anita Iskandar, Director of the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Muhammad Mulyono, Director of Information of Customs and Excise, Bapak Rudi Rahmadi. Distinguished representative from Ministry of Finance, speakers from WCO Export, WCO Custom Counselor of Belgium.
Not to mention our best regards to the hundreds of participants who have joined us today, either via the Zoom meeting application or from YouTube, which we really hope will continue to grow to reach 1,000.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on the second day of the 5th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. Danar,
Yes.
before we dive in, allow me to briefly outline the main agenda for today. We will begin with the keynote speech, followed by the first plenary session delivered by the Director of Customs and Excise of Information. This will continue with a sharing session featuring experts from the WCO Export Custom Counselor of Belgium. After that, we will proceed to a paper presentation session by the authors of selected papers, followed by a discussion. And lastly, the second plenary session will take a place at noon.
And it's truly an honor to be given this opportunity and responsibility. We sincerely hope that RTC Indonesia will contribute even more greatly to the international customs community.
Yes.
And ladies and gentlemen, on today's special occasion, we are delighted to be wearing one of Indonesia traditional costumes from East Nusa Tenggara, specifically the Tenun Ikat attire. Wow, the traditional costume of NTT is more than just a piece of clothing. It carries deep cultural meaning and reflects the identity, pride, and artistry of its people.
Yes.
Each motif in the Tenun Ikat is hand-woven with stories of ancestry, nature, and spirituality, symbolizing unity, resilience, and harmony with the environment. So today, this beautiful attire continues to represent the rich heritage of East Nusa Tenggara, showcasing its timeless beauty, craftsmanship, and deep respect for tradition and community.
Ladies and gentlemen, without waiting any longer to officially continue second day of conference, let's hear the keynote speech from Director of International Affairs, DGCE.
Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome Ibu Anita Iskandar.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, please allow me to recognize and warmly welcome colleagues who are present here offline. Mr. Muhammad Mulyono, Director of Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, RTC Indonesia. Mr. Rudy Rahmadi, Director of Customs Information, Director General of Indonesia Customs and Excise, and colleagues and speakers who are present online, Ms. Karin Willem, Custom Counselor of Belgium in Indonesia, Mr. Christian Lemke, WCO Technical Officer in Digitalization, Mr. Huatong, WCO Technical Attaché for Smart Customs Project. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Let me also extend my warmest welcome to all participants from all regions who have joined us this morning to attend the day 2 of the 5th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, Transforming Customs, Transparency, Innovation, and Digitalization for Global Trade. We are very grateful for your presence and for the spirit of collaboration that bring to this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we have discussed the first sub-theme, Customs Transparency for Global Trade. Transparency is not only about opening data and rules, it is about opening the process. When service requirements, procedures, and service level agreement are clearly published and easily accessible, business and the public understand how the system works. This is enable targeted feedback, real-world testing, and share responsibility for supply chain integrity. Participation is the bridge that connects transparency to the next sub-theme of our conference, innovation and digitalization. Without participation, innovation risks missing the real needs of the user. Without participation, digitalization can be only a technology for technology's sake. With participation, both are grounded, relevant, and owned by the ecosystem we serve. Building this momentum, today we shift to the second sub-theme, innovation and digitalization for global trade. We will discuss how modern technologies can reshape customs operation and drive greater efficiency and cross-border collaboration. Starting with a plenary by the Director of Customs Information from DGCE, followed by best practice from Belgium Customs and also WCO expert. Ladies and gentlemen, public sector innovation must tangibly improve the services citizens and businesses rely on every day. We therefore innovate by design, gradually, safely, and measuredly, co-create and test policies and digital features with real users, keep tight feedback loops for continuous improvement, and run evidence-led pilots and sandboxes, for example, AI-assisted risk, NII, or geospatial, before scaling. This is not disruption for its own sake. It is a mindset grounded in experimentation, collaboration, big data analytic, and Internet of Things to transform border management and redefine efficiency. The conference paper, there are on agentic AI for advanced rulings, hybrid neural network, genetic algorithm, risk models, and AI-enabled remotely piloted aircraft system surveillance show how disciplined innovation can reshape custom operation while staying aligned to our mission, facilitating compliant trade, protecting society, and safeguarding revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization is the backbone of modern customs, but it must be people-centered. Interconnected platforms such as Indonesia Custom Excise Information System and Automation, and also Indonesia National Single Window are building blocks of a data-driven customs ecosystems, one that support real-time monitoring, end-to-end interoperability, and secure information exchange. Consider as well the emerging ideas around blockchain-enabled single windows and protocol-based crypto asset taxation. These are examples of how policy innovation and technology can co-evolve to address new forms of value creation and border exchange. Yet, even as we connect more systems, we must never lose sight of human experience. A system succeeds when its users can navigate it confidently, when its rules are predictable, and when its feedback mechanisms are feasible and responsive. That is how digitalization becomes not just a new interface, but a better institution. Let us continue to build upon the valuable insights and collaborative spirit shared during this conference. Transparency opens the process, participation gives direction, innovation improves the way we work, digitalization enables scale. None of this can be achieved in isolation. We must invest in partnership with the WCO, with fellow custom administration, with academia, and of course with the private sector. We must strengthen capacity building, leveraging RTCs as regional hub for skill, knowledge, and practical solution. And we must pursue a shared vision across border, a custom ecosystem that is open, data-driven, and trustworthy, where custom administration around the world continue to serve as the catalyst for economic growth and also global trust and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all of those who have made this conference possible and meaningful. To our speakers from DGC, Belgium Customs, WCO for sharing their expertise and practical insights, to RTC Indonesia, Indonesia Customs, and Polytechnic of State Finance STAN for organizing and hosting this conference, and to all participants for your engagement, your paper, your commitment to collective progress. Wishing you a productive and successful conference. Terima kasih, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next agenda, we would like to capture this special moment with a group photo. So for all our esteemed guests, speakers, moderators, authors, and participants who join us via Zoom meeting, please do turn on your camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's capture this beautiful moment together. Okay, firstly, we'll take a screenshot of the first page. Please give us your best smile. Okay, everyone ready? Please turn on your camera.
Yeah, turn
Yeah,
on
okay,
your
we were
camera
still waiting
first.
for
Yeah.
you to turn on your camera, please.
We want to see your everyone face, right?
Okay, okay, please give us your best smile. Okay,
Yes.
everyone ready? On 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, all right, moving to the next page. Once again, on 1, 2, 3, smile. Perfect. Thank you everyone for your wonderful smile. Okay.
Okay, and with all due respect, we warmly welcome Ibu Anita Iskandar to stay or leave the conference if you have any other pressing activities. Thank you, Ibu Anita Iskandar. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow us to briefly walk you through the exciting journey that lies ahead this morning. We will commence with our first plenary session featuring a thought-provoking discussion led by our esteemed moderator and invited speakers. Following that, we will continue with the presentation of selected submitted papers showcasing insightful research and fresh perspective. Finally, we will continue for plenary session 2, where we will deepen the dialogue and reflect on today's key themes together.
And Danar,
Yes.
before we begin our discussion today, we'd like to encourage everyone to participate actively by sending your questions through the link provided in the link tree and in the Zoom chat. You may also share your thoughts or a question directly to the speakers during the Q&A session by using the raise hand feature in the Zoom application.
Okay, and Lintang,
Yes?
at the end of the conference, we will select 10 out of the most active participants to receive a small but memorable prize for
Wow.
being the best questioners.
Okay.
We will choose 5 participants each day and announce the winners at the end of the conference.
Now it's time for our special event, the plenary
Session.
session. On this very first occasion, we will listen the presentation regarding innovation and digitalization for global trade. Innovation and digitalization are revolutionizing global trade by enabling faster, more transparent transaction and smarter supply chain management through technologies like blockchain and AI. This investment empower business of all sizes to access international markets more efficiently, fostering inclusive economic growth and resilience in a rapidly evolving global economy. And in this session, we'll explore how digital technology is transforming customs and global trade. We are honored to have Mr. Rudy Rahmadi, Director of Information on Customs and Excise at the Directorate General of Customs and Excise, Ministry of Finance, with Mrs. Hotmali Simamora, Head of Architecture and Technology Capacity Analysis Section. They will share insights on how innovation is improving trade processes and international cooperation.
Distinguished guests, as we move into the next session, allow us to introduce a person or a figure who will guide our discussion with clarity, insight, and professionalism. He currently serves as the head of section of Information System Quality Control, Subdirectorate of Information System Development, Directorate of Information on Customs and Excise, under the Directorate General of Customs and Excise. His academic journey reflects a deep commitment to multidisciplinary excellence. He earned a diploma in customs from the State Customs College in 2006, followed by a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Indonesia in 2011. Most recently, he completed his master's in national defense and Bachelor of Economics at the same University of Indonesia with an unique blend of expertise in economics, intelligence and law, combined with years of experience in public services. He brings a comprehensive perspective to today's dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for this session. So without any further ado, please welcome Bapak Tagara Primadista.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speaker and also participant. My name is Tagara. I'll be your moderator for today's session. So first let me introduce our first distinguished speaker, Bapak Rudy Rahmadi, PhD. Pak Rudy is the Director of Custom and Excise Information Technology. Before that, is also acting Chief Executive of the National Logistic Ecosystem Development Team and National Logistic Ecosystem Transition Team. And before that also, he is an expert staff for Director General of Customs and Revenue Service, and also a Secretary for Logistics for Indonesia G20 presidency. Pak Rudy earned his PhD in Development Policy in the Hiroshima University. I personally knew Pak Rudy, and he is a very capable speaker on this issue as a Director of Custom and Excise Information Technology. Without further ado, we give the floor to Pak Rudy to give his presentation. Pak Rudy, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Tagara, for your kind introduction of me. Very good morning, honorable colleagues, Bu Anita, Director of International Customs and Excise International Cooperation, distinguished speakers, happy participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. It's been a great pleasure for me to be here and with you all, having opportunity to present and sharing some of the best practices in DigiCustoms, especially in innovation and digitalization that we are doing right now and in a couple of next couple of time in leveraging disruptive technology for smarter border management. So to start, let me give you a context why we are in DigiCustoms of Indonesia, develop and build IT capabilities over time to cope with our vision and mission in becoming a world-leading customs and excise institution. Perhaps you can move to my next slides. Yes, please. Next. Yes. This is the context that I mentioned earlier. Why we in DigiCustoms of Indonesia developed what we call CESA, abbreviated from Custom and Excise Information System and Automation. Right now we are conducting version 4.0 that already launched in 2019. As a customs and this is our roles conventionally and typically all around the world. We facilitate trade and industry, protect our border and community from smuggling and illegal trade, and optimize state revenue in the field of customs and excise. In this sense, we developed our IT capability started from 1990. At that time, we enabled the manual data entry, but this is manually by customs officer and only conducted at that time only in 5 customs offices, that so-called CFRS or Customs Fast Release System. And it also began in 2003. We introduced the electronic data interchange, enable the billing reconciliation with National Bank, and we provide the electronic data processing or document submissions through the internet. And in 2007, we introduced a single window that allowing submitting the import license or issuing the import license through integrated system, a single window from the multiple government agencies. And in 2013, at that time, we introduced the integrated core customs system, the so-called CESA, as I mentioned earlier. And at that time, we continue our journey in enhancing our IT capabilities by launching in 2019 CESA 4.0 that allowing us to transmit the data online, and we also provide the single web portal so that our client can submit it and connect it with us through portal electronically. And for those who are already in the next level of IT capabilities, for instance, they already had like an integrated IT system. This, for instance, the ERP, enterprise resource planning, so on and so forth. They, for those who already have this kind of system, can also be connecting with us using the host-to-host connection. And also we provide the hard copy upload in our system. And we already digitalized 136 out of 165 business processes. And we also introduced machine learning in our risk engine to make our channeling is more accurate. And we provide a system that can easily integrate with other systems that we call the surrounding systems. And to increase the security, cyber security level, we also provide the multi-factor authentication to battle fraud in accessing our system and to protect the data from our customer. And we also use the latest infrastructure technology. Next, please. And with this CESA 4.0 system, the growth of customs document increased by 8% every year, and the system is already being used in 135 offices, customs offices all around Indonesia that has the interoperability capabilities, can handle more than 50 stakeholders and 50,000 users who need to connect to our CESA 4.0 with 30 million API hits per day or application programming interface hits per day. We handle daily 90,000 documents per day with average growth rate in 8% each year. And we also provide the system that can be used by customs officer all around Indonesia. The number is around 60,000 used by our customers, 30,000 and 50,000 passengers a day. Ladies and gentlemen, as we grow our capabilities, IT capabilities, we also see in the world the variety and the growing implementation of disruptive technology and artificial intelligence. In our next slide, as you can see here, that many countries try to utilize the disruptive technology, beneficial disruptive technology and artificial intelligence for customs enable to be delivering their functions and roles efficiently and effectively. For instance, in Netherlands, they use the image analysis in X-ray for human resource efficiency. In America, they use artificial intelligence surveillance system, foils 100,000 pounds of narcotics and more than $2 million undeclared US currency and 86 illegal travelers in 2022. In China, the growing implementation of disruptive technology and artificial intelligence there is very immense, and the benefit of it has already created what do you call it? The detection and apprehend the more than 20,000 smuggling attempts detected by AI-based image analysis systems since 2022. And our neighboring countries, Malaysia, they introduced the blockchain for halal foods and AEO certification. Our colleagues in Uganda use kind of eSeal monitoring system and cutting cargo transport time from Kenya to Uganda from 6 to 1.5 days. Brazil also trying to explore the implementation of artificial intelligence using the Google Gemini for passenger baggage image analysis, something that we are also in Indonesia trying to explore and exploit the usage of artificial intelligence and disruptive technology in monitoring our international passengers in our airport nowadays. So, as this growing implementation and utilization of this disruptive technology and artificial intelligence all around the world, what we are trying to do in DG Customs is trying to adapt with our current situation and adopt the possible beneficial technology that could be appropriate for us in Indonesia to handle and cope with our current issues and situation in Indonesia. For instance, right now, to secure our national revenue, government trying intensively to battle the trade misinvoicing activities in Indonesia. And the case of over and under invoicing is growing right now in Indonesia. That's why nowadays DG Customs is investing our resources, time and energy to explore the possibility of utilizing the machine learning, artificial intelligence, data analytics, as well as the combination of other disruptive technologies to cope with this issue, to enable our customs officer, our institution, be able to cope with this current situation. And the other consideration is as presented in the right side of my presentation here, that we are still, no, not yet, back, yes, thank you. We are still trying to balance or to meet the optimization of risk management in Indonesia. As the data all around the world show us that most of the countries, the number is 72%, conducting physical inspection. The number is only less than 30%, but we are in Indonesia only conducting physical inspection 8.3% of total documents. Why we do this? Because we need to balance with our current resources, as well as identifying the level of risk being faced in our situation. So actually each country has its own strategy to decide how much or to the what level of the number of inspected containers based on level of risk and resource available. So this situation propel us in DG Customs to always innovate and exploring the frontier research in machine learning, artificial intelligence, and disruptive technology, as I will present in my next slides here. And the utilization of the machine learning, artificial intelligence, and disruptive technologies can be classified into several broad categories. For instance, in import and export services, we introduce or we improve, enhance our risk engine categorization by using certain criteria and historical data using the machine learning and random forest algorithm models. And in HS classification, we also introduce the machine learning enabling the customs officer to identify the proper HS classification from the item described. And in the area of tracking and tracing system, we also utilize the Internet of Things mechanism, for instance, using the e-seal, face recognition, and so on and so forth. Right now, we are still conducting our research and development in enhancing or refining our methodology and our mechanism to battle undervaluation using the big data and the 6 parameters or 6 methodology of customs valuation proposed by WCO. And we also embedded the AI technology on our X-ray imaging system. And we also provide the kind of war room, in this case, enable us in customs administration to monitor the executive information system regarding our enforcement activities, whether in land, port, and in sea, as well maritime patrol, and then coordinating between our ship patrol, something like that. And we also introduce the usage of the drone. And in customer service connection, we also provide the technology of chatbot using the artificial intelligence system to understand and communicate flowingly with our customer, enabling them to monitor their documents process, and then chat with the bot regarding any inquiries they may have. And we are also still conducting research in the area of the implementation of blockchain technology. So let me show you some of the highlights in our innovation and digitalization, especially on the risk engine remodeling. In this case, by using machine learning model, we in automated physical inspection channeling, we try to refine our model data and also the parameters that being used. By, for instance, we change or we modify our model from previously logistic probability model regression into the 4th version model, which use the random forest model. This random forest model is widely used for the machine learning algorithm. And also some of the features adjustment that being made are data cleansing, add more dynamic parameters, and machine learning with the dynamic risk. And the result looks promising because we see that our hit rate is doubled from previously less than 30% hit rate into more than 64% hit rate. And this is the sample that we collect from 5 biggest customs offices. And the result is we can collect until October 2025 more than 21 million US dollar. I think this number is quite significant for us in Indonesia. And we achieved these significant increases in revenue without jeopardizing the time efficiencies in handling containers in seaport, as the figures of average dwelling times still stable on 2.6 days. The other highlights that I would like to show to you all is about the application of national logistic ecosystem that we are already introduced in 2020. And actually these NLE initiatives comprise of 4 pillars, namely the first pillar is business process simplification. We simplify, we cut unnecessary business process. For instance, in customs and immigration business process from previously 10 to more convenient, more seamless 3 business process by enhancing the utilization of technology in this case. We also provide what we call the single submission initiative, allowing all government agencies issuing the import license electronically with a certain time that can increase the predictability and efficiency within our logistics condition. And the second pillar is collaboration digital platform. In this case, we are trying to integrate all the business process, all the players from the first mile, middle mile, last mile within single integrated digital platform, like maybe you already familiar. You are familiar with the marketplace. If you try to locate or try to buy something without no need to bother go outside, just click your cell phone and pick your commodities that you would like to buy and compare the price, select the courier, something like that, so on and so forth. Just like that, but in logistics industry. So this is the dream that we would like to achieve in upcoming years. And the third pillar, we also combine the payment gateway from financial institution like bank, and in the near future, we also introduce the financing mechanism within the logistic transaction to be able to provide financing activities to all clients that conducting logistic transaction daily. And in fourth pillar, we introduce or we provide all the necessary layout and infrastructure within our seaport and airport. And this initiative has been implemented in 46 seaport and 6 international airports around Indonesia. And this all NLE initiative is renowned or appraised by the government, in this case the Bappenas, the national planning agencies. They conducted survey, national survey in 2023, and identifying that our logistic costs reduced significantly from almost 25% per GDP in 2013, reduced into 14.3% in 2023. I think this is the significant progress for us in Indonesia as our situation or to these geographical challenges. But we're trying to put the ambitious target in 2045, trying to achieve 8% logistic costs, our national logistic costs in 2045 per GDP. Yeah, and another example of the applied technology that we are using right now, or we are utilizing right now, is the face recognition and host-to-host capabilities in our JSA 4.0 version. In face recognition, we can handle many passengers at once, yeah, without jeopardizing the flows or the traffic of passengers in our airport, without interfering or without making any human intrusion or customs intrusion in this case. And we are proud to show you that the identified target can be achieved in 85 to 100% accuracy by using this face recognition and technology. In the near future, it is possible for us to use or to implement the additional or enhancing the artificial intelligence in face recognition system on our current face recognition system, and that's for monitoring and controlling our international passengers. In other case, we also provide the API technology, application programming interface technology, that can enable our client, especially with the utilization of their own IT system that already being high, other than companies. They can also connect with us, not using the portal, but using the host-to-host technology, meaning that their system, their IT system, can connect and integrate with our JSA 4.0 system seamlessly, effectively, and efficiently. And survey conducted by Click Cargo in 2023 or 2024, if I'm not mistaken, has already identified the level of efficiency that can be achieved by all those companies use this host-to-host technology. Actually, they can save their logistic administration costs up to $760,000 per year for each companies, and cut their human resource who previously preparing the documentation of import declaration from 30 to only 4 people. So this is actually the efficiencies and the benefits that being made by this application of technology, of the disruptive technology, as well as the artificial intelligence. And then next slide. Previous slide explain us about the benefits, the usage of the disruptive technology and artificial intelligence. But what about the cyber security issues in this case? Once we are connected each other through the system electronically, through the internet, I think in certain point, it gives the more exposure to our cybersecurity level. So we are also dealing with these issues seriously. And we invest heavily, intensively on our cybersecurity capabilities by introducing our Cybersecurity Operation Command. This is the environment, the ecosystem that we made in our headquarters. And we also trying to balance or to invest in certain manners, especially on 4 areas of cybersecurity pillars. First one is people, second one is process, third one is platform or technology, and the other one is policy. So we are trying our best to always invest appropriately in these 4 pillars, 4 components, the significant components of cybersecurity, IT cybersecurity, through the integrated monitoring room, that so-called the Cybersecurity Operation Command. And the result, I try to show the proof that we already being tested just now. I think yesterday on November 11, 2025, we were already being tested, our cybersecurity performance, and accredited to a score of 93 from the security scorecard agencies, the agency that already being mentioned by our Finance Minister Purbaya. So this is our current score, but no need to being complacency, because the cybersecurity dynamics is very growing right now. Currently, we are facing IT threats up to more than 13,000 IT threats per day. So yes, we already contain all IT threats yesterday or previously, but what about next? So this is some kind of the vigilant mode that we are trying to always introduce and keep ourselves in IT directorate being more capable, more vigilant all the time, and more collaborated with our team. And we also try to value our people. We value our assets importantly, significantly. We send our AI talent to any reputable university all around the world. We also send our talents to the any IT online courses, online or in presence, and then we also facilitate them to enhance their competencies in AI and data training, for instance, using the LLM training model, enterprise AI system, AI security, AI governance. And we encourage our employees to participate in national and international AI competition. Recently, in 2025, our AI talent fortunately already won the second winner international track, the AML hackathon in 2.0 conducted by PPATK. And we already presented our model to our Finance Minister, Pak Purbaya, and he appreciated us and facilitated us and directed us to continue our investment in exploring the data analytics and artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities in order to battle the situation we are facing right now in dealing with trade misinvoicing. So I think that would be all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention and listening. And I'm more than happy to have a discussion and Q&A session with you all. Thank you very much. Back to you, Pak Tagara.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rudi, for your comprehensive presentation. So we're going to go to the discussion. But then again, first of all, I'd like to have some kind of reflection on this presentation, because it seems like this is a very challenging task, if I may say so. Our minister has a very high expectation in our organization. As I mentioned, the Minister of Finance already got here, already go to custom several times and also assess our old system. So I just want to say this is a very big responsibility or big trust that must come from our minister. And I will also welcome our also Buhot Mauli, also from the Director General of Information Technology from our Indonesian Custom, who will be joining us in a discussion with Pak Rudi. So we open the floor to the participant if anyone has any question or remarks on the presentation from Pak Rudi. Okay, one already raised hand. Okay, so first of all, I would like to give the floor to Berlian Yoga on Zoom, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Pak Tagara, moderator. Very insightful presentation, I think, Pak Director. My name is Yoga. I come from Regional Customs and Office East Java 2 in Malang. I'm sorry if this is a bit off topic, sir, but maybe I want to ask, is there any innovation or studies in the field of excise, sir? Because as we know that excise is our main focus, I think, in revenue. If I'm not mistaken, more than 70 or 80% our revenue is from excise, and then 10%, around 10% contribute to our tax revenue. And then you know that there are so many challenges in excise sector also, protecting our society from the negative externality, and then there are so many industries and many workers there. And yes, as Pak Putbaya said also that illicit cigarettes also our main challenges. Thank you, Pak Director.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yoga, for the question. So, Pak Yoga asked about innovation in the field of excise. Your sponsor?
Thank you, Pak Yoga from Malang. This is actually one of our income sources, significant income sources, especially on excess areas. Your question or your inquiry addressing about is there any innovation in excise area, right? Actually, yes. And in fact, this is actually the most integrated and most difficult one. Why? Because we are trying to innovate, because we try to find the system, the proper technology and the proper methodology and approach in order to battle the illegal tobacco trade, as well as to monitor the compliance level of our what do you call it? Our clients. In this case, tobacco companies. Yeah, by using the combination of many disruptive technologies and the application of machine learning and artificial intelligence that so-called the track and trace technology. This combine the IoT, Internet of Things features, namely to track and to trace from which companies that the accessible goods being made, yeah, from which companies, which area, which custom service office, monitor them, yeah. So when we are receiving the excise declaration, that so-called CK1, yeah, try to buy the excise stamp. Actually, this declaration is being made using the self-declaration philosophy, right? In self-declaration philosophy, we need to trust them at the beginning. But over time, over and over, we need to increase and enhance our verification capabilities in order to validate or to verify their declaration. We can test our trust to them by using proper technology, proper methodology that can show, or we can prove their previous declaration is correct or proven otherwise. Yeah, and then in this case, we also use the implementation of machine learning and artificial intelligence to intercept the process of ordering excise stamp, yeah, prior to buy that the excise stamp. In this sense, previously the situation, the customs officer, for instance in Malang, need to check, need to identify, need to consider other data that can be used in mirroring analysis, right? But right now, we are trying to introduce the kind of tools, a system that helps a customs officer in make alert, yeah, if some companies trying to, trying to be manipulative in ordering or buying the excise stamp. You know what I mean? As an illegal activities, yeah, covering their legal activities. And that's our first step, yeah. In second step, we are trying to invest on system, on methodology, how to identify, locate, yeah, the illegal tobacco trade that previously being non-formal economy or shadow economy or underground economy, right? Of course, if I say this, you as a customs officer may already know, yeah, may already comprehend it, that my neighbor or my area in your vicinity actually is conducting the illegal activities. Yes, you know it, perhaps, because you are experienced officer, you're a talented officer. But how can we sure about the timing, about the modus operandi, about the any variety of illegal trade activities that can be served as a monitoring alert or can be served as decision support system. In the robust platform that can be monitored, can be evaluated by our leaders, by our management, in order to increase the efficiency, the effectiveness of our enforcement activities. So firstly, we are trying to introduce the system that can help us. But in the near future, it is possible for us to enhance, to improve our tools, our track and trace models, or our track and trace tools to substitute the customs officer, in conducting the verification or validation or validating the excise declaration for the company to order the excise stamps and buying the excise stamp. So we can intercept the order, we can avoid the manipulative transaction, as well as we can identify the activities of illegal tobacco trade with a more accurate and more efficient way. That's my response. Hopefully it can answer your inquiry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rudi, for insightful response. So, yes, I think this is one thing that are becoming a question in our DGCE, because most of the time we talk about innovation is mostly related to the custom side. But actually, DGCE also have a lot of innovation related to the excise, as Pak Rudi had mentioned and explained to us before. Okay, and then to the next participant, I see Pak Aditya. You have the floor, please, your question.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Director. Thank you for the opportunity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aditya Darmawan. I'm a PFPD from Tanjung Mas Custom Office. Appreciation for the excellent presentation, Mr. Director. In your presentation, I see that you mentioned the war room monitoring tools, that one of the function is to monitor PFPD performance. My question is, in the near future, will it be possible for PFPD performance to be replaced by AI functions? I think this will allow us to more focus on utilizing human resources to strengthen custom valuation at post-clearance. Maybe you can give the suggestion, Mr. Director. Thank you.
Yes. Who would like to answer?
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Mas Aditya from Tanjung Mas. Actually, I would like to give opportunity to my colleagues here, Mbak Uli, to address your question. So actually, your question, your inquiry is very, very interesting, very, very good question. But I would like to let my colleague here to address your inquiry. Bu Uli, silakan.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, Mr. Aditya. Thank you for
Morning, Miss.
your very good question. I would like to answer. Maybe Mr. Director will give some additional answer. We try first maybe the unique of customs role. As a trade facilitator, we also have to ensure the compliance. So it's really a big issue for us. How we make the system that can promote the compliance of our customer. And one of tools that can help us to promote the compliance using disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, especially in PFPD role, we can use artificial intelligence AI like to analysis the good description, can make HS recommendation. So the PFPD can more confidence to make a decision about the transaction. And beside that, customs valuation always be a great issue, especially right now. Yeah, custom valuation always be a great issue in our country. Artificial intelligence, we believe that can make the result of PFPD decision more accurate. But we remember that artificial intelligence is the development from the data analytics. So it's a process. It's not end by this month or this year, but it's always move forward. So we have to make our data accurate, clean, so the decision that can produced by the AI system is really helpful for PFPD. I think that's my answer.
Okay. I would like to add some comments on this inquiry, adding to previous explanation by Mbak Uli. Ya. Actually, Mas Adit, it is our priority right now not to substitute the PFPD, but to assist them, to monitor and to assist them in order to increase their performance, leveling their performance to the higher level, not yet substituting them. Okay, yeah, in the near future, perhaps yes, but in that case we need to to make sure that our technology, that so-called artificial intelligence or machine learning, is as good as the human capabilities, right? But it is not our priority right now, because right now we are trying our best, yeah, to increase the performance, the compliance level, the productivity of our officer for our PFPD, yeah. Introducing them or let them know that right now they are being controlled or they are being monitored. We know your behavior. We know your behavior. We know your performance. If your performance is below standard, then we try to alert you. In order to do so, we provide any tools that make you be able to do your job effectively and efficiently, and can be responsible to your judgment, yeah, by using any big data, our machine learning model, so on and so forth, in order for our customs officer be able to detect, identify the misinvoicing appropriately and correctly, yeah, without question, yeah. But you all may be aware that the application of artificial intelligence might be disruptive effect, meaning someday human can be replaced or can be substituted by this technology. Yes, especially for those who work in administrative basis, or for instance, verification process, validation process, administration process. This is the kind of job that can be substituted easily by technology, by machine, right? But the machine have their own journey to be perfect, to be robust. Because, for instance, referring to my previous answer to, what do you call it, yoga, right, from Malang, in order to be able to identify the illegal trade activities, any customs officer in Malang perhaps have their own knowledge from, I don't know, more than 20 years of experience and rigorous and intensive trainings, so they can have the not only knowledge but sharp intuition, right? That perhaps right now cannot be replaced instantly by machine. Because machine, when we are trying to build their brain, actually at the beginning, the level of intelligence of the machine being created, actually as equal as a 2-year baby. You can imagine, right? The intelligence level of 2-year baby. That's why machine need kind of human as their Sherpa to or mentor, to train them, to train the machine, to correct the machine, to evaluate the machine, and to refine the brain, the machine learning, the algorithms, as I mentioned, using the random forest model. Perhaps there is other better algorithm that can be refined as a tools in order the machine brain to be enhanced, to be improved, so can meet or can robust as the human capabilities, having their knowledge from, I don't know, 20 or 30 years of experience and rigorous training, and what do you call it? Training and education, So yes, it can be replaced, conceptually speaking, yes, but not yet as a priority right now. Okay? Hope can answer your inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rudi, for the comprehensive explanation. So, due to the time constraint, we will have one last question from Pak Andi Kunchoro. Please, your question.
Very good morning, sir. Pak Rudi and the moderators and Ibu Uli. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Mas Andi, we can
yeah.
hear you perfectly. It is an
Thank you,
honor
sir.
for us to have you here from DGCEF.
We really
What-
appreciate your presentation, sir, and
Okay,
very
I'm trying to answer your question. If I cannot answer your question, then I will call a friend, because Pak Andi is
sir.
expert from DGCEF, and actually this is of my colleague in how to say, assessing the Trump policy previously,
Thank you,
we work together. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Please,
yes,
Pak
Pak
Andi.
Rudi. Thanks for introducing me. Very. Yeah, I'm very honored, sir, and really for being here, join the conference, the WCO conference, and I do really appreciate our national logistic ecosystem progress, for the Ministry of Finance, for the whole countries, and I do really aware, sir, that our system, our NLE system, is really, it's like a very attached to or relies on the national single Windows system. So knowing that we are in the middle of the trade wars and you know, a very dynamic regional geopolitics, and we know that Malaysia and Thailand and Vietnam's is already, I don't know, let's say, give up to the U.S. You know, joint statement that are really, really, really full of pressures. And you've been there in the Washington D.C., sir. My question is, if if Malaysia or Vietnam, uh, they're trying to align their MRV or NLE's corridor into the U.S. Indo-Pacific. Do you think our NLE will become closed architecture disadvantage, right? So that we need a lot of maybe adjustment to really, really adjust to the new situations in our regional in ASEAN? Or what if the second question is, what if countries or group of countries like European unions impose a carbon border kind of tariff, and do our NLA can respond that, or can be interoperate to global MRV that really, really being very strict to carbon border tariff? That's my question, sir. Please enlighten us. Thank you. And our
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, what's name? What's your name, please? I forgot your name. I'm so sorry.
Thank you,
Ibu
Bu Uli. Bu Uli.
Bu Uli. Thank you, Bu Uli.
Yes, Bu Uli.
Your name
My staff
is
from
similar to my psychologist.
IT Directorate. Yes. Thank you
Yes,
very
thank you,
much,
sir.
Mas Andi, for your very, very interesting but tough question as always. Yeah. Actually, this is a doctoral question from Mas Andi here. Bu Uli would like to answer? No? Okay, then I try my best to answer your inquiries, Pak Andi. First of all, about our how to say dynamic situation in regional basis, right? You mentioned that Malaysia and Vietnam, Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken, already how to say have already had agreement and also joint statement with the U.S. Actually, Malaysia is one step ahead of us from joint statement, for having joint statement, and they are now having the agreement with the U.S. Mutual agreement. How to say, trying to boost their economy from the strategic partnership with U.S. Actually, in my opinion, there is still time for us to monitor, to evaluate what's going to be in the dynamics of the competition and the dynamics of the situation in ASEAN region in this case. The situation, I think, remains fluid for me. Yeah, because we need to see the response from China, and also in this case, we need to how to say, use this situation as a driving force for us in Indonesia to consolidate, and also to, I think, in this time, seriously solving our what do you call it, structural problems, yeah, especially in deregulate our license and our permits that previously creating the high cost economy, making our products less competitive, making our how to say investment climate not so competitive, not so interesting for foreign investors, yeah. But in the other sense, we are still having some strategic and critical minerals to be exploited, to to be utilized as a driver for our future economy. For instance, Malaysia trying to boost their economy from the developing phase into the what do you call it, the developed countries by using their semiconductor industry. Actually, we have some experts, we have some potentials, yeah, we have some not only resources but also assets to be exploited, to be utilized as the future engine growth in this case. For instance, we are trying to make Batam as a significant place as the strategic industries in semiconductor back from 1985, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, by letting US companies like Texas Instruments, Seagate, Intel, so on and so forth. But actually, we're still in the, what do you call it, at the most bottom level of the industry value chain, in semiconductor industry value chain, in fabricating this component. Actually, Malaysia, within their 20 or 30 years of development, trying to laddering up their semiconductor industry existence from previously fabricating, like us, to the what do you call it? Making chip, you know, making chip, the midstream level of industries, and then they try to follow Taiwan, South Korea, and if not mistaken, Singapore, trying to be able to at the highest level, actually at the upstream industries in this semiconductor, designing the chip, designing the component or the architecture of IT industry or IT products, and the value added score or value added level at this time is very, very high, 9.6, and actually this capabilities right now is only mastered by US and China in this case. So there are some prerequisites for any developing countries to be able to become developed countries by exploiting their source of engine growth, yeah. But the important thing is they need to develop and to how to say, cope with their the economic structural problems. In this case, what I'm saying is perhaps invention is important, yeah, as a theme of our today's conference or event about innovation and digitalization. But it cannot be thought or considered per se as only innovation and digitalization, just the only important things for us, as a developing countries to be able to be the developed economies. But the most important thing is we need to collaborate. We need to make our investment climate healthy. We need to solidify our economic principles or foundations. We need to know what are our strengths and weakness, and how can we deal with the challenges and opportunities ahead, and how can we integrate and orchestrate all of those resources, all of those assets, all of those opportunities and challenges into what you call it, coordinated efforts within, how to say, a long journey. Because development is not easy. Development is not, how to say, as fast as you can or you may think, it needs persistence, it needs consistency. I think that's the Indonesia need to build over time. You mentioned about NLE, right? I think the NLE in Indonesia, the pressure is very high. Why? Because naturally, we born with many thousand islands, right? So the logistic cost is very, very immense. The, what do you call it? The inland sea, yeah, the perairan pedalaman is very, very far from its islands. That's creating not only cost but challenges in transportation modes. We need to choose whether using ship or aircraft. And then we need to balance the scale, the economic scales of that transportation modes. So that gives us challenges that we need to, how to say, to break, or we need to cope with, yeah. And then it must be applied. The application of many methodology, many resources, many approach, many collaboration with other economic actors in order to be able to, how to say, make our logistic performance efficient. And by, you know, identifying the opportunity and the threats from our neighboring countries' activities, especially when they are trying to link with other superpower economy like US or China, something like that. What would be the repercussion, yeah, repercussion for us? Could it be as an opportunity because it has some kind of spillover to us, or perhaps it can create some kind of challenges and threats, yeah, about not only spillover from the economy but also from the geopolitical sense in this case, yeah. And then that's for your first question. And for your second question, can you remind me again about your second question? Mas Adi? I'm sorry, I can hear your voice.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think the host should unmute me first because I don't have a control.
About the existing
Carbon,
how to say, agreement with European, right? If I'm
Yeah, I
mistaken,
mean
yeah.
the carbon trade, sir. I mean the carbon border tariff, AUC BAM, things like that. What's the relevant for NLE to, you know,
Yes.
to be interoperate with, you know,
Yeah.
the
Actually,
carbon.
this is a very strategic issues in this case about the carbon trade, especially with the EU, right? We already made our comprehensive agreement with the EU, partnership with EU. I think in this case we can leverage this agreement into to the next level, benefiting us, especially when our product can be how to say, penetrate to EU markets as a substitute of US markets, in this case, for labor-intensive industries, for instance, yeah, garment, textile, so on and so forth. And we can also exploit our partnership with EU by inviting them to invest in Indonesia, especially on the green energy, because they have kind of expertise in that sense. And we as tropical countries, we have also kind of how to say, leverage on our corals, on our what do you call it, sea potentials. As you mentioned about carbon, right? And corals and what do you call it, the growth triangle between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. They have kind of the biggest coral population in the world, that creating, oxygen, right? That can be traded as the compensation for carbon. So in this case, as our Minister Purbaya said, we have kind of many renewable energy that can be offered to any potential partner from EU and from other developed countries. For instance, geothermal, yeah, and then kind of solar energy that can be many room for us to exploit or to explore. So I am quite confident that with all those assets, all those resources that we have, we can have many options actually to as a portfolio to be offered, and as a driving force or a new engine of growth. And I'm more than happy to have a more fruitful and rigorous discussion with you, Pak Andi, in the near future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Rudi, and also thank you, Pak Andi, for the very interesting discussion. So we have kind of one semester of economic here. It's kind of tough, but it's very, very interesting. So one thing to highlight is that our neighbor already have an agreement with US, but we think that we don't need to worry about that. We still have time, and we also have opened a new one with the SIPA with AU. This is a very significant progress in September. Okay, that will be all for this plenary session. And then again, I would like to express our gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Pak Rudi Ramadi and Bu Hotmauli Simamura. And now we will back to the MC. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded Plenary 1, where we explored the theme Innovation and Digitalization for Global Trade, presented by the Director of Information on Customs and Excise, DGCE, Bapak Rudi Ramadi. Thank you very much. Now, we move forward to the sharing session on best practice, featuring insights from the Custom Counselor of Belgium, Mrs. Karen Willems, and moderated by Bapak Tagara Primadista. To Bapak Tagara Primadista, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say hi to Bu Karin. Bu Karin, are you here in the room with us? Hello, Bu Karin. Okay, okay. Yes, okay, nice to see you. Let me introduce Bu Karin. So Bu Karin is a custom attaché for Embassy of Belgium, Jakarta. He has a degree in law, a master degree, and also in criminology at the University of Ghent. He is the custom attaché in Jakarta, Indonesia, for Belgium since August 2024, and before that, she is a custom attaché in Brasilia, Brazil, from September 2018 and July 2024. So, at this moment, Bu Karin will give a presentation on a sharing session on a best practice from infunded country. This is from the Belgium. So please, Bu Karin, the screen is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear customs colleagues from Beat and Cukai, and all the customs attachés who are following this seminar online. Thank you, colleagues from Beat and Cukai, for organizing this very interesting seminar. Thank you also for the presentations that have already been done by your speakers. They were very interesting. Thank you so much for having me here. So I will start with introducing myself. My name is Karin Willems, and I'm the customs attaché from Belgium, who is based in Jakarta. But I'm also responsible for 4 other countries, which are Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. And around the world, I have 3 other customs colleagues from Belgium who are based in Beijing, in Brasilia, and in Panama City. Next slide, please. So my presentation will be about the 100% scanning project in the port of Antwerp. And we have a big problem in the port of Antwerp, and that is about the drug trafficking and mostly the smuggling of cocaine into that port. Next slide, please. So first of all, I will introduce the Belgian customs administration within the EU. Next slide, please. So if we look at the country of Belgium, Belgium is really a very small country inside the EU. We have a population of about 11,800,000 people. I think that is as much as the population of Jakarta. So we are really a small member state. When we talk about the European Customs Union, of course, Belgium is a founding member of the European Union and also of the European Customs Union. We have different tasks within that customs union. Of course, like you, we have to collect the customs duties, the VAT at importation, and also the excise duties. We have to check the goods for many non-financial purposes. We have to balance, of course, our controls because we also have to facilitate trade. We cooperate with, that is the primary task. We collected, like in 2024, 14.6 billion euro. And with regard to the non-fiscal tasks, we have more than 350 non-fiscal tasks in Belgium. And that relates to protecting the economy, that relates to protecting the environment, and so on. And in total, in Belgium, we are like 3,200 customs officers. Next slide, please. So now I will tell you something about the port of Antwerp and the challenge in terms of cocaine trafficking. Next slide, please. So, in fact, in Belgium, we have 4 seaports, and those 4 seaports are all situated in the northern part of the country. We have the port of Zeebrugge, which is located at the coast. We have the port of Ostend, which is also located at the port the coast. We have the port of Ghent, which is an inland port and which is connected to the North Sea by a kind of canal. And then we have the port of Antwerp, which is our biggest port. And I have to mention that in 2022, the port of Zeebrugge merged together with the port of Antwerp, and they are now called together the port of Antwerp, the port of Antwerp Bruges. So let me more explain about the port of Antwerp. The port of Antwerp is the biggest port in Belgium, and we handle like 13.5 million TEU in 1 year. And we have 5 container terminals in that port. And that port, yeah, it's very close to the city of Antwerp. And the river that connects Antwerp to the North Sea is called the River Schelde. And it's the River Schelde that in fact divides the port of Antwerp in 2 sides. On the right hand, we speak of the right bank, and on the left hand, we speak of the left bank. So that is yeah, usual knowledge to know about the Port of Antwerp. Next slide, please. So in the Port of Antwerp, there are 700 customs officers working. We have 2 border inspection posts, one on the right bank and one on the left bank. And we have also 9 teams who are in the first line of control. And we also have our regional direction and its support and services. They occupy a building in the city of Antwerp. Next slide, please. So if we look at the evolution of drug seizures in Antwerp, you can see that there has been quite an increase during the last 12 years. In 2023, we seized like 121 tons of cocaine in the port of Antwerp. And also in 2023, we seized like 2.3 tons of heroin, which is really very much. And of course, we also seize synthetic drugs, and those figures have also gone up the last years. Next slide, please. So we can say that Antwerp, in fact, is a popular destination for the South African drug mafia. We have received their figures about the cocaine that they confiscated in 2024, and that was about 230 tons. And they have told us that 81 tons were destined to go to Antwerp. Next slide, please. So if we look at the project of 100% scanning, I will talk about the start, the goal, and the process of this project. So how did it all start? You have seen the figures. It started, in fact, in 2018. There was a certain call to action because of the continuous rise of the seizures. So my Director General, Mr. Christian van der Waren, has launched the project, and he ordered a kind of feasibility study. And his first idea was, in fact, to scan all the incoming containers in the port of Antwerp. But of course, that was not possible because we have too many incoming containers. And so we changed the scope to scan all risk containers. The high risk containers, that was the new target of the scanning. And of course, the key concepts within that project are that we need for that new technology and also innovative technologies. So we started with the process. It was first the information gathering. We just had to find out what was really going on in the port of Antwerp, which were the docks where the cocaine came on board of the sea vessels. Then we had also to do a kind of prospection in terms of the material that we would need to do that scanning of high-risk containers. We also needed a kind of budget to make sure that we could buy that equipment and that we could have more people working in the port of Antwerp. And then the last phase is, of course, the realization of the project, which is still going on. Next slide, please. So we have received a lot of resources from the Belgian government and also from the European Commission in terms of investment, because it was so high on the political agenda of our country. We have received 75.5 million euros for that project, and also Europe contributed with 21.6 million euros. So that money we needed to buy more equipment, to also develop artificial intelligence, to hire more people, and also to develop FORCE. And what is FORCE is a kind of database which will hold all the scan images. Next slide, please. So what are the principles of 100% scanning? Of course, we needed more scanners, and the aim was to scan as close as possible to the unloading of the containers of the vessels, because, you know, when there is too much time involved, then the private sector will complain. And we have also to adapt our work procedures to the risks and the physical layout of the terminals in the Port of Antwerp. So we needed a flexible deployment, and we also needed to revise our work method. Next slide, please. So how were we thinking of doing the 100% scanning of high-risk containers? Of course, we had to look at our risk management, and to make it better, we had to expand the scan capacity. We thought it would be a good idea to scan on the terminal itself, and no longer only in the border inspection posts. We needed a centralized database that could hold all those scan images, and that is why the FORCE was created. We needed to activate artificial intelligence, and we needed also to diversify our technologies. Next slide, please. So in the past, we used to scan on the border inspection posts. That was the situation as was. So once the risk analysis indicated that the container was a high risk, the container was then transported to the border inspection post, and where the scanning was done. Next slide, please. Then the situation as is, and it should be, it's still being developed within the project of the 100% scanning of risk containers. Of course, we also start with the risk analysis, and when we see that the container is a high risk, then we will scan the container on the terminal itself. So that is the biggest difference. In the past, we brought the high-risk container to the border inspection post, but that costed too much time and too much money. So in the future, we want to scan the high-risk containers on the terminal itself, where it is offloaded of the vessel. Next slide, please. So in terms of scanning equipment, I told you that we had the border inspection posts on the right bank of the river and one on the left bank on the river. There we have the fixed scanners. So it's in fact a kind of it's a building, and the scanner is built within the building, and the trucks to drive into the building, and there the scanning will take place. Next slide, please. Then we have also the mobile scanners. There is a picture of a mobile scanner on the right side of the slide, and on the left side of the slide you see a picture of a backscatter van, and that backscatter van has a kind of scanning equipment within the van. And how is the scanning done? That van drives around the container and scans it. That's the technology of the scan van. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the rollout of the 100% scanning, there is still a lot to be done. Next slide, please. So we would like to have 9 scanners on the terminals. And we would also like to have 121 customs officers that would work with these scanners and would do some more control on the terminals. We are also still developing the force, which is an IT image recording platform. So the force will receive and manage all the scan images from all those scanners. And of course, we are developing artificial intelligence. We have a small unit within our customs administration, which consists of about, I think, 9 people, and they are developing algorithms. And the idea is that those algorithms should help us to read the scan images. Next slide, please. So up to now, the scanning equipment was all standalone. So each scanner would have its own scan images, and then they would analyze it. But now the force has been created, and that is in fact a centralized database where all the scan images from the different scanners will all be gathered. And also we will use the artificial intelligence to read those images and to see if something is wrong. Next slide, please. So what we are also working on, of course, if we want the 100% scanning project to be successful, we need the support of the terminal operators. So we have signed an MOU with them, with the biggest 5. We have 5 container terminals in the port of Antwerp, and we signed an MOU with the 5 biggest terminal operators. Next slide, please. So the additional mobile scanners we are looking for, the supplier will be Rapiscan. We will have 9 in total. They will also, when the need is there, be used in the other ports or at the airport. What is the feature of it? So these are quite mobile. You can place them anywhere. You can deploy them anywhere, and that's why we are in favor of that kind of technology. Next slide, please. When we will buy these additional mobile scanners, we are, of course, looking at advanced technical specifications that they should have. They should provide us with a better image quality. They should be able to operate with artificial intelligence. And the aim is to combine technologies and scanning methods. And they should also be able to read the container number and the license plates. And in terms of mobility, I've told you already, we are looking at flexible deployment of those scanners. We can adapt them to the risks of the terminal, and they only need a minimum use of space. Next slide, please. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much. Please find my contact details here, and terima kasih. Thank you so much. Please don't hesitate to ask questions.
Okay, yes, thank you. Bu Karin, for the very timely and timely presentation for our case. So just for a context, in Indonesia case, just for like 2025, we have 38,934 cases of drug smuggling. It's about 200 ton. Custom itself already had 522 cases with 7.4 tons of a narcotic. That's a significant risk for our case here also in Indonesia. And also from 2024, we also already starting our project on analyzing of X-ray image. So we already try to collect from 2024 and also 2000 and also 2025. But in our case, the X-ray image is more related to identification of goods. So it's not specifically like in the Belgium case for narcotic, but we see that we can also be used there. But we are now more focusing on risk management of goods. But then there are one thing that I would like to comment from your presentation, because here you can see that in your presentation you mentioned about principle of 100% scanning. So one of them is scanning as close as possible to unloading in terms of time and distance. I think this is a very correct principle. But unfortunately, in our case, the scanning is been done before the container exit the port. So it's not on the sea side, but more on the warehousing side, so before it exits. So we're trying to optimize that by moving it to the sea side, but I think we still have, maybe we need another time to move that scanner. But we are totally agree with the principle that have been said in your presentation. So I would like to open the floor for any discussion and question from the participant. Okay, so we see we haven't got any question, but we will wait for several minutes to give chance to our participant. Oh, okay. We have a question, okay, from Pa Edwin. Please, Pa Edwin, your question.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Tagara. Okay, I'd love to ask a little bit more about your presentation previously about the X-ray. I saw that the X-ray system is using AI. I'd love to know what kind of AI tools that is used for the X-ray system and what are the results from that, what are the mechanisms like that, so we can compare with what we are planning to do in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting question. Unfortunately, I'm not a specialist on the matter. I will have to ask the AI people in Belgium. But you can send me a WhatsApp or an email, and I will happy to send your question to Belgium. I must say, in a broader way, that of course to develop the algorithms of the AI, that we are trying to get as much as scan images from other countries as possible. And we are now trying to develop the algorithms also together with the Dutch customs. We work together on that project, and we try to get as many scanned images of contaminated containers from Panama and also from Costa Rica and even from Brazil. So we have asked those countries to send us their contaminated scan images so that our machine can also learn from that. Because to develop artificial intelligence, it was already said here that you have to feed that kind of machine so that it can learn. And we are still also in the phase of doing that. Some algorithms have already been constructed, but we are looking at other ones to work on, to be developed. Yeah, it's an ongoing process. And I must also say it was hard to find the people who can do that because a lot of them that are specialists in that matter, they get great opportunities in the private sector. So it's not easy to keep them in-house within the customs administration. That's also something we have dealt with, and we are still dealing with that. But as I said, also the force is a kind of new instrument, a new kind of database where all the scan images from those different scanners will be received in. And then the idea is because we will receive so much scan images, it will not be possible anymore just for the customs officers to go through all those scan images manually. And that is why we also developed or are developing the artificial intelligence to look at those scan images. That will take a lot of burden away, a lot of work from the normal customs officers to have to look at these scan images normally on their screen.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Bukarin, for the clear explanation. So, if I may add a little bit here, so actually the problem is not on the AI or itself or the technology. The technology is here. The problem is, as Bukarin has mentioned very clearly, but this is the problem is the data that we need to train. So WCO, I believe, has a non-intrusive inspection technical working group. They are discussing from the private and also from the government, from custom. They're also discussing how to develop this issue. But then again, one of the issue then I think recurring issue here is all of the countries, they have their own data and they don't want to share it because they believe this is having their own advantage. So I think it's very great that it's very good that Belgium already have cooperation with Netherlands, and also I hear we have cooperation with Panama and also Brazil. That's one thing that at the moment in Indonesia we still use our own data, so our own image. So we haven't got any cooperation with other countries. But I think that's the most significant thing that needs to be done if you want to train this AI. Yes, we can use like agentic AI, maybe we can use Google Gemini and so on, but for specific case, what we need is image that we show and train the system. What do we want the system to find? So that's more, I think that's the issue. And I think the Belgium has really done a great thing by having a cooperation with other countries on sharing the image. Okay, do we have another question from the participant? Okay, if there is no other question, I'll do a time constraint. If anyone wants to have a question, you can have a email. You can email to the committee, and we will forward it to the speaker. Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Karin, for your fine presentation, and I think we will give a lot of insight for us in DGCE for our next development related to X-ray and AI. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I will give back to the MC.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Tagara Primadista for skillfully leading today's discussion. With his deep expertise in customs, data management and strategic intelligence, Mr. Tagara has not only facilitated meaningful dialogue, but also created a space for reflection, learning, and collaboration.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our next session, we would like to remind you all to fill out both the registration and the evaluation form on the link tree so you can receive your e-certificate for today's conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the high-value presentations of selected submitted papers at this international conference. RTC Indonesia proudly organized a call for paper event since July 2025 to gather new ideas and insight on our core theme. We accepted numerous highly interesting papers, and we would like to convey our sincere appreciation for your contribution to the paper submitted for presentation. In today's paper presentation, we will divide the presentation into two breakout rooms, room 1 and room 2.
Yes, Dana, there will be 8 paper presentations divided into 2 breakout rooms. For room number 1, moderated by Mr. Iswandi, we will have 4 presentations titled, first, Designing a Blockchain-Enabled Single Window Model for Secure and Transparent Customs Data Exchange by colleague Abdullah and Wisnu Agung Baroto. Second, Pattern Recognition of Scrap Plastic Misclassification in Global Trade Data by Muhammad bin Sukri bin Ramli. Third, remotely piloted aircraft system and artificial intelligence integration for customs and excise surveillance by Adwin Iskandar Dinazar. And fourth, designing an agentic artificial intelligence for streamlining the advanced ruling on classification service by Brian Habib Gautama, Aldo Junaidi Pebri, Gita Olivia Sitompul, and Firman Syah.
Okay, that was for room number 1. Next, for room number 2 will be moderated by Mr. Immanuel Tambunan. We will have 4 presentations titled, the first is The Integration of Artificial Intelligence in Customs Risk Management, a systematic literature review by Noval Nomi Adampe, Fahmi Reza Rosyadi, Anggi Prastiono, and Iswandi. The second presentation will be titled Mapping Global Technological Innovations in Combating Trade-Based Money Laundering, Insights and Readiness of Indonesia by Sesa Tiara Mareta Niandini, Arfian Taniar Effendi, and Ilham Febri Budiman. For the next one, we will have presentation titled From Centralized Exchange to Decentralized Exchange, Limitations of Regulation of the Minister of Finance, number 50 of 2025, and the redesign of protocol-based crypto asset taxation by Muhammad Irham Fatoni and Akbar Saputra. And last but not least, we will have presentation titled Data-Driven Customs Risk Management using a Hybrid Neural Network Genetic Algorithm Framework for Enhanced Predictive Accuracy and Optimization by P.A. Katio, FAU Imowokum, and KS Hussein from Nigeria.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to explore more about the papers, we kindly ask participants to choose in which breakout room they want to join. Please see in your Zoom application the pop-up message to choose between room number 1 and room number 2.
That's right, and distinguished participants, as we begin our breakout discussion session, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderators. First, we welcome Bapak Iswandi, who will moderate room number 1. He serves as the Director General of Customs and Excise, with expertise in customs, economics, strategic intelligence, and law. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy from Charles III University, a Master of Arts in Intellectual Property Law from Aoyama Gakuin University, in collaboration with Universitas Budi Luhur, and a bachelor's degree from Universitas Budi Luhur. With his broad experience and knowledge, Mr. Iswandi will guide today's discussion with insight and clarity. Please welcome Mr. Iswandi.
Next, we are pleased to introduce Bapak Immanuel Tambunan, moderator for room number 2. He represents the Financial Education and Training Agency and has a strong background in financial management and public service. He holds a master's in management, a bachelor's in economics and management, and a diploma from PKN STAN. Mr. Immanuel brings valuable perspective to lead a productive and engaging session. Please welcome Mr. Immanuel Tambunan, and we kindly invite all participants and moderators to enter the breakout room they have been selected.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to breakout room number 1 for today's presentation. And once again, welcome to all participants. Thank you for joining us for today. And of course, to all presenters, once again, congratulations for your papers that have been selected for today's conference. Ms. Wandi, I'm going to be your moderator for today's session. And for this session, we will have 4 outstanding papers with, of course, interesting topics. The first paper will discuss on designing blockchain single window for customs data exchange. And the second paper will explain on how to recognize scrap plastic misclassification. And third paper will elaborate on how integrate remotely piloted aircraft system and AI for customs surveillance. And the last paper will discuss on AI for streamlining the advanced ruling on classification. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the first paper presentation, I would like to remind to all speakers or presenters that each paper should be delivered within 20 minutes. And after that, we follow up with 10-minute discussion. So we are very open and welcome to all participants to raise any question, feedback, or comments. You could drop directly on the chat box on this Zoom meeting, or you can raise your hand and speak directly to the speakers. Gentlemen, let's start with the first presentation of this session paper. The title is Designing a Blockchain-Enabled Single Window Model for Secure and Transparent Customs Data Exchange, written by colleague Abdullah, Wisnu Agung Baroto, and Leni Nurlaini. Mr. Holik Abdullah is currently working as IT Security Officer at BATI, Financial Technology Information and Intelligence Agency under Ministry of Finance. And currently, Mr. Kolik is doing his PhD in Japan, the University of Electro Communication, UC Tokyo. And his research focus on decentralization system, cryptography, blockchain, and also digital governance. So many awards and recognition, and I would like to mention some of them. And he's been selected as 1990 Young Economists and Practitioners in Islamic Economics in 2025. And the Next Generation Researcher Program from Japan Science and Technology Agency, GST 2025. With that, now I would like to welcome Mr. Holik to present his paper and his team. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Holik and team, the screen is yours.
Okay. I'm sorry. Actually, we have 3 authors here, and can you help us to join Miss Lenny from the?
She's already here.
Oh,
She's
okay.
already in the room.
Okay, Miss Lenny.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes,
to
Bu Leni,
moderator.
it's an honor to have Bu Leni here. All
I'm
right.
hiding first on the written papers, but actually I should be here to present.
All right.
Uh,
Okay, your time is 20 minutes, Bu Leni and Pak Holik. Time is yours.
okay. Okay, thank you so much, our moderator. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants coming here. So, from Tokyo, we say konnichiwa. It's already almost 1 p.m. here.
Konnichiwa, ya.
Yes, introduce. My name is Leni Nurlaini. I'm a finance attaché, also the custom attaché at the Embassy of Republic of Indonesia in Tokyo. So, our great pleasure to an honor for us to present our collaborative work, research designing a blockchain enabled single window. So it's a model for secure and
I'm
transparent
sorry.
custom.
For the committee, can you share for us the screen?
Yes, please.
Because it hasn't come on the screen for the presentation.
Operators, would you like to help
Yes.
us to present? Would you please wait for a second?
There.
This one, Mr. Holik?
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So let's go to the first
Yep.
slide. Okay, thank you. So again, I will recall what is our collaborative works doing this research, designing a blockchain enabled single window. So we call BISW, our model for secure and transparent custom data exchange. This is a collaborative research with my co-authors here, Pak Holik Abdullah from the University of Electrocommunication in Tokyo, and Pak Wisnu Baroto from Institute of Science Tokyo, in collaboration, of course, Ministry of Finance of Indonesia and between Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. We will share and show you how our proposed blockchain enables single window model. We try to provide an idea of trust infrastructure to modernize custom system, enhance interoperability, and strengthen institutional accountability across government agencies and trade stakeholders. Next slide, please. The background. Our global trade today involves multiple stakeholders, like customs administration, shipping lines, terminal operators, freight forwarders, in finance institution or banks. So each operating within their own digital environment, as we know. Unfortunately, these systems are fragmented, often creating data silos and inconsistent information exchange. That we had a response from our stakeholders. This fragmentation leads to redundant verification, manual synchronization, and delays in some document processing. So as a result, both efficiencies and trust among institutions are reduced. Given this context, there is an urgent need for a secure, transparent, and synchronized data exchange platform that can connect all relevant actors across the trade and logistic ecosystem, not just within in one country, but in global. Our study aimed to respond the need the designing BISW, which serve a distributed and verifiable a verifiable system for custom data exchange. Next slide, please. Let me begin by outlining the main operational problems in Indonesia current custom workflow. In the delivery order dan SP2 process, different institution using separate system. The Indonesia single window, the custom excise information system, (CESA), and the in-port system at the port authority. So because those platforms are not fully integrated, and then the coordination between customs, shipping lines, bank often relies on manual communication, phone calls, emails, document re-entry, still until now. So this results in delays, higher administrative costs, risk, and of course the human error. So specifically, we try to identify some issues. First is about the data integrity, discrepancies between data held by custom ports and shipping lines. And the second is about the limited transparency. Stakeholders cannot monitor the real-time status of documents fully at the moment now. And then the third is the repeated verification. The same information should be revalidated by the multiple agencies within countries. So this inefficiencies highlight the need for a unified trust-based data exchange mechanism. Next slide. Those conditions has bring us to the potential of blockchain technology and transformative solution for a modern custom system. Blockchain provides three fundamental characteristics, make highly relevant to custom and trade data exchange. First is about this decentralization, which replaces the need for a single authority with shared control among multiple trusted participants. And then the second is about the cryptographic verification, which ensure data integrity and authenticity by linking every transaction is an immutable chain. And then the third is the smart contract, which can automatically enforce business rules, such as validating documents or confirming payments without requiring manual intervention. So in practical terms, blockchain enables every participant institution to hold an identical, verified copy at the same data. Once transaction is approved, it becomes permanent, auditable, and visible to all authorized stakeholders, eliminating the need for repetitive checks. So here in Japan, we have observed also in the field that Japan Custom has already included blockchain in its Smart Custom Initiative 2020 program. So it's a long-term vision to integrate their advanced technologies such as AI, IoT, and distributed ledger technology into a customs administration. And furthermore, they have also the realization for the smart customs. Japan Custom explicitly highlights the digitalization of trade procedures and the study and research on applying new cut-edge technologies, including distributed ledger technology. And blockchain adoption in Japan Customs system at the moment is still undergoing updating and improving research and feasibility study. There is no full-scale deployment at the moment of blockchain within Japan Custom or their single window infrastructure. And this observation is important for our research context because it shows that even a highly advanced country like Japan is still in the exploration stage of blockchain adoption in custom. So therefore, the BSW model we propose can serve a potential benchmark or early framework that could be adopted not only by Indonesia or any developing countries, economies, but also by advanced economies in Asia Pacific, such as Japan and others, and they progress toward full digitalization. So overall, this architecture aligns closely with the WCO vision about the transparency, innovation, and digitalization. So moving us to a future when the compliance, efficiency, accountability achieved simultaneously through technology-driven governance. The question how can the blockchain technology could be integrated into the single window system to enhance data security, interoperability, and institutional trust, especially in Indonesia. So we set some main objectives. First is to develop a conceptual BISW model suitable for custom and logistic operation. And then the second is to identify smart contract mechanism for document validation and payment verification. And then the third is to analyze interoperability framework using international data standards. And then the fourth is to assess governance and policy implication to adopt blockchain within custom administration in any regimes. So those objectives frame our discussion, both technical and institutional dimension of digital transformation. So I may stop here. I will continue for the more technical explanation by my co-authors, Pak Holik first, and then maybe the last is Pak Wisnu. So please, Pak Holik.
Okay. Sorry. I will continue first. Okay. Thank you.
Pak Wisnu first, yeah, and
Yeah.
then Pak Holik then. Okay, thank you, Pak Wisnu. Go.
Thank you, Ms. Leni. So, actually, the concept of single window is not really new. It's introduced by the WCO, and the purpose is to create, simplify, and also harmonize the process by making a digital and then single digital entry point. And a lot of countries have been implemented, such as Singapore, Korea, Finland, and also Indonesia, actually. And but there's challenges because of most system remain centralized and it's very limited interoperability across agencies, and it creates dependence on a single coordinating authority and potentially become a bottleneck in data flows, and then also limit the interoperability, and also can be exposed to the cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So a new model is needed, which decentralized validations to maintain the consistency, integrity, and also auditability. Next, please. And actually, in ASEAN single window, as in regional levels, the national single window also a major step in these integrations. It enables the member state to exchange key documents, and then is it really essentials, especially in Asian trade in goods agreement. And then we have key challenges in ASEAN single windows. It is the interoperability, security, and trust, because of every countries have their own data standards and formats, and then the security also limited to end-to-end encryptions and audit mechanisms. So we propose the new system using blockchain. We call it like blockchain enabled single windows to complement and enhance the ISW. Next. Yeah. So the idea is using the blockchain, we need to process the data integrity and security, transparency and auditability, and also the process efficiency. And it can also create relevance to customs with the strengthening the trust, traceability, collaborations, and among the customs, port, and also logistic systems. Next. While the use of blockchain is actually widely discussed in many countries, but the majority of the research still focus on the technical approach, such as the algorithms or transaction speed or encryptions, but not many attentions in the how to integrate blockchains into institutional governance frameworks such as the G2G or B2G. So in this research, we trying to contribute that our models fills the gap by integrating technological governance and also policy relevance. Next. So we are using three theory here. The first is the data governance theory, which emphasized the need of clear rules, accountability, and auditability about how the data is created, shared, And also we use the second theory, the digital trust theory, and to explain how technology, especially through the cryptography, decentralizations, can be a substitute for hierarchy authority for establishing trust. And lastly, we adopt the the technology adoption models, which has help us to assess how organizations perceive and the usefulness and also how to adopt new technologies. So we integrate these perspectives and to ensure that the model is not only technical sound but also organizationally and also institutionally feasible to be adopted. Next, I will hand it to Ms. Colleague. Please, Ms. Colleague.
Okay, thank you, Mas Wisnu. Okay, and in this section, we will explain about the research design and comparative analysis. So our research adopt conceptual comparative qualitative design. The purpose is not build a technique prototype, but to construct conceptual architecture based on analytical and empirical synthesis. We conduct a comparative evaluation between centralized single window system and blockchain-enabled framework. So focusing on four main dimensions, security and integrity, process efficiency, transparency and auditability, and institutional trust. The analysis shows that the blockchain enables single significantly improve performance in all dimensions, in particular, enhance data security through cryptographic immutability, efficiency through automation, and transparency through real-time visibility and shared accountability among agencies. This comparative approach provides the analytical foundation for designing the BESW architecture. Okay, and the next slide, please. Yes. This is the comparative analysis framework. So the comparative analysis evaluates the performance dimension between centralized single windows and system that propose BESW model, as I explained before. And the next slide, please. Yes, this is the BESW architecture and validator nodes. The proposed BESW model is built on four interconnected layers. It's serving a distinct function. For the first one is infrastructure layer. This layer forms the backbone of the system to a permissions blockchain network, and it connects custom port, shipping lines, banks, and other stakeholders, ensuring secure and data exchange through in mutual authentication and consensus validation. And the next layer is the data and smart contract layer. Here's business rules such as document validation, payment verification, and status updates are automated using smart contract. And this layer ensures that once predefined conditions are met, action like approval or release are executed instantly and transparently. And the next layer is interoperability layer. So this layer ensures compatibility across institutions and countries, and it adheres to international data standards, including WCO data model and ISO standard, ensuring scientific and semantic consistency. And the next layer is application and audit layer. So the top layer provides user interface and dashboard for different stakeholders, and it allows real-time monitoring, reporting, and immutability auditing logs, and making compliance and supervision more efficient. Its participant custom port authorities, shipping lines, banks, forwarders function as a validator node in the network. Every transaction is verified collectively, recorded immutability, and accessible for other parties, eliminating the risk of manipulation and establishing a shared trust architecture. Okay, and the next slide, please. Yes, yes, this is a layer by layer explanation. As I said before, there are four layers. Okay, and the next slide, please. Yes, this is validator nodes and roles. So the key institutional roles like National Single Window Authority, Custom Authority, Shipping Line, terminal operators, bank payment gateway, freight forwarders, and each node contribute to a shared ledger, ensuring mutual visibility and variable operation across all the participants. So we imagine here validator nodes and role. Yes, this is our scheme in blockchain for validator nodes and roles. Okay, and the next slide, please. Yes, and we will expand about end-to-end workflow. So the BESW flow illustrates how various actors interact in a single synchronous process. For the first one, the process begins when the freight forwarder submits delivery order to request to online portal, and the shipping line validates the bill of lading and records its digital approval on the blockchain. And the next one, the terminal operator issues of the SP2 generates a performance voice and assign a virtual account for payment. And the next phase is the bank verifies the payment automatically via a smart contract and update the transaction status in real time. And the next, the terminal operators then confirm container release, which is recorded across all nodes. And finally, custom officers and other authorized agencies can audit and monitor every transaction through immutable record and dashboard. So this end-to-end process ensures real-time coordination, traceability, and transparency across the entire trade ecosystem. We believe that actually, in reality, more complex than this workflow, but we will simplify here to easier for us to know about our proposal. Okay, and the next slide, please. And for comparative evaluation, when we compare centralized single window system and the BESW framework, several improvements become clear, like for data architecture, instead of separate institutional database, BESW use a self-distributed ledger. And for data integrity, records are cryptographically secure and cannot be modified without consensus. And for process efficiency, smart contract automate validation and payment, reducing manual intervention. And for transparency, real-time visibility allows continuous monitoring and faster decision making. And for cyber resilience, decentralization prevents single points of failure. And for institutional trust, self-validation builds the confidence among all the participant agencies. So in summary, the BSW system transforms custom operation from manual coordination to automate collaboration, fostering both efficiency and accountability. The next slide, please. And for adoption challenges and mitigation, naturally adopting such as a new framework is not without challenges. We identified 5 key barriers here. For the first one is regulatory recognition. So blockchain records are not yet fully recognized as legally binding in most jurisdictions. And for challenges in technical capacity, different institutions have varying level of technological readiness, and in challenges in data privacy, sensitive trade, and pressing data require strong protection. And for institutional resistance, bureaucratic culture, and relation to for transparency may slow adoption. And in challenges, infrastructure costs, setting up and maintaining nodes requires investment. So to mitigate these challenges, our study proposed establishing interagency legal framework recognizing blockchain data as admissible evidence, and conducting capacity building programs and implementing sandbox pilots, and employing permission blockchain architecture and zero knowledge proof method or other method to protect privacy, and promoting public-private partnership to share infrastructure costs and accelerate implementation. The next slide, please. And finally, let us consider the policy and strategic implication of the BESW framework. At the national level, BESW support the integration of Indonesia's cash trade system, like maybe INSW, CESA, and so on, within the national logistic ecosystem roadmap, and it contributes directly to Indonesian digital transformation blueprint 2025-2030, promoting transparency, efficiency, and accountability in custom operation. And at the ASEAN level, BESW can serve as a foundation for ASEAN Trust Ledger, enabling secure and variable data exchange among member states. This aligns with the ASEAN Digital Integration Framework, emphasizing interoperability and cross-border digital trust. And at the global level, BESW support the objective of the WCO SAFE framework of standard and WTO trade facilitation agreement, advancing data-driven and risk-based custom governance. In a sense, our proposed BESW strengthens Indonesia's and ASEAN's position as regional leaders in digital custom transformation while contributing to a more transparent and collaborative global trade environment. The next slide, please. Yes, and for the conclusion will be delivered by Ms. Leni.
Thank you, Pak Wisnu, Pak Holik. So I think we both already heard what my co-authors explained more technically about the ideas of BISW. To conclude that the research already demonstrates that BISW that we provide a comprehensive and forward-looking framework to modernize more custom data exchange. We embedding security, transparency, interoperability directly into its architectural design. So BISW model will address one of the most fundamental challenges in the global trade, then how to ensure information shared among multiple institutions remains accurate, verifiable, and trusted without relying on a single central authority. So through a permission blockchain network, BISW will transform away customs, ports, shipping lines, banks, logistic operators interact. Every transaction is validated collectively, recorded immutably, and visible in real time to all authorized stakeholders. The mechanism may ensure not only data integrity and traceability, but also accountability, since every action leaves a cryptographically verifiable audit trail that cannot be altered or removed. In practical terms, BISW has the potential to streamline the entire trade process, from document submission and verification to payment confirmation and cargo release, and then while significantly reducing administrative duplication and also the manual intervention by automating document validation and also the payment verification through smart contracts. The system will promote efficiency, cost reduction, faster clearing times. So we envision pilot projects that will bring this model into a more real-world implementation, involving key stakeholders such as custom authorities, port operators, and financial institutions. This proposed pilot project will allow us to evaluate the model technical scalability and then privacy preserving mechanism and institutional adaptability under operational condition. We really hope that collaborate with the regional partners to assess how this model could interconnect with the Asian single window at the moment and then contribute to a shared, trusted digital ecosystem across Southeast Asia, AP. And then ultimately, the BISW may represent a paradigm shift from centralized control to distributed trust, from isolated data systems to a more integrated digital ecosystem, and then from manual oversight to automated variable governance. So we believe that this model may align closely with the WCO vision, of course, of transparency, innovation, digitalization, and for global trade. Strengthening trust, interoperability, efficiency. I think this W has the potential to redefine how custom administration and trade partners collaborative in the era of the digital transformation. So thank you very much for the attention. So we sincerely appreciate this opportunity to share the work, and we would be very glad to take your question or maybe any comments.
All right.
I will give back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Leni, Pak Holik, dan juga and also Pak Wisnu. I guess this is very outstanding research and high quality. When in terms of Indonesia, we already studied the national single window in about 2018 with Indonesian national single window, and then we cover one by one within a couple government agencies like Kemendak, Ministry of Trade, of course DGCE and Tax and Ministry of Finance as a whole. And this research challenged us to one step beyond or even two higher level than the current situation. And when we look at the benefits between the centralized, which is existing one in national single window, and then these researchers, I mean, Bu Leni and team, like propose, if we can call it a policy paper, we'd like to convince the president or the minister that this is going to be outstanding achievement or transformation in the system. But before I ask more, I would like to invite for the floor because I have a lot of questions actually, but I would like to open for discussion for the participants or for any guests or other speakers. You may also raise your question, feedbacks, either in terms of blockchain itself. Even though you not really understand about blockchain, it's all right. You can confirm, you can convince it is feasible or not. It is in the near future or a long time or kind of the time period or something. Or you can also ask about the methodology, which one first to be input first, the infrastructure or even the model or even the government, which government side who start or initiate this initiative or something else that you can consider as a very good discussion. All right, anyone? You can also chat on the meeting Zoom box or raise your hand for any question. All right, Bu Leni, I think I can start my first question. In terms of initiative, I think we have also to convince the proposal. I mean, when I look at your presentation with your team and then look at the benefits, the long period profit that we can obtain from this system, do you think that Indonesia government is ready? I mean, in terms of international readiness, have you ever assessed the level of readiness, for example, GCE, LSW, or Ministry of Finance as a whole, or even Indonesia presidency at this time? All right, Bu Leni and team.
Maybe I will start to open the comment actually. But technically, I will give to our honorable Wisnu and Holik.
Yes.
They already make the research in very scientific way how the blockchain. But in my opinion, so we believe, and then we are optimistic team. We are very optimistic that that we can. I mean, we are in line to do this. Even last night, I do some discussion first with the Tim Bati, one of the director, to discuss a little bit about these ideas, and then also the blockchain, and then also the digital forensic yesterday. So it can be, Indonesia can. So it's about the policy thing that we can prove by the very exact research, and then now we're doing. But we compare also with at least some countries in the AP, even in Japan. And then we found that Japan already in line to doing this on some research. And then why not we can also do? Yeah. Then Indonesia is a more action. In technically, by the researcher of the Pak Holik and then Pak Wisnu, since they're very scientific to research, is very optimistic to be included or to be approved and then improve on our recent system, Asian single window. In the field, in the between Asian member countries, the interoperability, I think we still have some challenges. But now we still on the Asian. What happened? Asian Plus and other, they cannot wait. So we need a new things. So blockchain, I think we must start. We must start for now. So please, Pak Holik and then Pak Wisnu, add the comments to prove and then to convince that
Yes, please.
Okay.
Indonesia will do.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe I will give you some explanation. Like, can you imagine 10 years ago when Satoshi Nakamoto published his paper for the first time? Nobody knows about the coin Bitcoin at that time. And do you know what happened right now about Bitcoin? Yes, we believe that decentralized system is one of the most important issue, important research that maybe it will be happen. Yes, maybe it has been happen right now about decentralized system. And if we talk about the custom, about the trade, maybe blockchain system is one of the important things. So we aware, so we take action over there. Because the question is, will we be as followers or we will be as a trendsetter here? So yes, I think because this is the new technology and we have to make an action about this, and especially in our as Miss Lenny explained about the issues, what should we do as uh, uh, to this decentralized system, or in this case blockchain enabled single window that we propose. Yes,
All right.
maybe Mr. Wisnu
Mr. Wisnu,
have
would you
some
like to
comment.
add any comments or feedback?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Only a little bit. Regarding when we talk about the readiness, we have to see like there are three type of readiness: the policy readiness, technical readiness, and also institutional readiness. So based on the policy readiness, I think Indonesia have a strong, because we can create, and then there's a national logistic ecosystem as well. And for technical readiness, the CIESA and also INS, we have the digital system that really a good start for to implementing the blockchain, because we are not starting from the scratch. So we can implement the blockchain in the process with the current existing applications. And institutional readiness also needs to be considered because of the collaboration cultures across agencies have to be more maintained. So we believe that it's applicable, but then to make it possible, so we need to have like a long-term plan with the gradual implementations. That's why we're using the technique, the TAM models. So we need to capture the readiness on each levels. That's why, the implementation will be gradual, not really
Okay.
at once in the time. Thank you.
All right, Bu Leni, Pak Wisnu, Pak Holik, I think I'm now convinced with your speech now. But there is one other question from participant. Mr. Hisma, would you like to speak by yourself, or should I read your question, or would you like to directly talk to the speakers, Bu Leni, Pak Wisnu, and also Pak Holik? Okay, I think I would like to read the question. From Hisma Yuliat Abu Sofyan, thanks for the insightful presentation, Bu Leni and team. Concerning integration within existing system like CIESA and Inaport.net, is this new model meant to completely replace those legacy system, I mean the existing system, or will it act as an overlaying or just an overlay? How does it avoid adding another layer of complexity instead of solving the core problem itself? Yeah, anyone to confirm the question? Is this replacing or adding the layer, or make it simple, or the very new system? All right, Pak Holik or Pak Wisnu or Bu Leni?
Uh, Actually, maybe there are some alternatives. Maybe it can replace for the first alternative. Maybe it can replace, and so we will make new system. And we know maybe there are some challenges if we will make a new system. And yes, we know how hard for us to build a new system. And yes, we have a big ecosystem in our work. And the second one, maybe we will how to say, maybe readjust, maybe we'll adjust the existing system to the new system. So we will make some adjustment in uh, some in many part of our system. And yes, maybe we have to make uh, some research, maybe how to implement this layer. Yes,
Okay.
because we propose in the layer in general. So maybe we will know how what is the best practice in this case. Maybe after we are considering in many aspects in how to transform from the existing system to the new system. Yes,
Okay.
maybe some comment from.
Okay, Bu Leni, Pak Holik, Pak Wisnu would like to continue, but I think we have a time constraint, only 35 something minutes. So I think we can conclude the first presentation. It was outstanding one. I really appreciate your research. I think this is very meaningful research.
So may I
And
add a little bit?
yeah, yes, please.
So maybe it's in the customs, in the global customs, we are not talking about who starting first or who implementing first. So because we are talking in the let's say the global customs world. So this is, I think, the change for Indonesia to be the starter or the leader. How? Because we already have some any single windows that we provide within the regime, as Wisnu mentioned. So that's we have the experience to develop the single window between regions and then also inside the country and in the region. And might the blockchains will be the starter for us also that can inspire other region to implement between custom administration. So hopefully, and then we also have the power. Indonesia also have the advantages. We have the like the Bati Ono, the Posintex, also the LNS way institution with their experience and then a knowledge on the region, on the customs. This idea may bring Indonesia also to promote. We have already some researchers can see the optimistic visibility that the blockchain certainly can be approved and then can be implemented in Indonesia to be the leader and then maybe to inspire another custom administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Leni, Pak Holik, and also Pak Wisnu for your presentation. Please give a round of applause to the speakers. All right, I think we still continue for two more presentations before we have a break. I would like to start the next presentation. The title is Pattern Recognition of Scrap Plastic Misclassification in Global Trade Data, written by Muhammad Sukri bin Ramli. Mr. Sukri served as superintendent at Royal Malaysian Customs Department with over 8 years of experience in tax auditing, compliance, and import-export control. Mr. Sukri has graduated with MBA from Asia School of Business in collaboration with MIT Sloan, and his interests focus on how AI can transform tax compliance processes. And now, let us invite Mr. Sukri to share his presentation with us. Screen is yours, Mr. Sukri.
Yeah, hello everyone.
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Muhammad Sukri bin Ramli from the Royal Malaysian Customs Department. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Iswandi. It is a pleasure to be here at the 5th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference 2025. For the committee, can I request for you to open my slide?
Mas Arif, are you copy?
Yes, sir. Wait.
Okay, today I'm really excited to present our study on a critical issue, pattern recognitions of scrap plastic misclassification in global trade data. The story begins with my daily commute to work. I live in Port Klang, one of the busiest ports in the world. Every morning, I pass through cloud of smokes and that smells like plastic burning. It is very annoying to me. At the same time, it gives me concerns over the health of the people. The motivation for this research is personal to me as I angry over the smoke and the burning. Next slide. Here, what we will cover today, we will start with the problem statement on why plastic waste is an issue. Then I will walk you through our detection methods, which is the core of our research. After that, we will look at the results of our analysis finding. And to finish, we will discuss the policy implication from this. Next slide. To begin, let's start with the definition. Pattern is what we can observe, repeatable and predictable. The topic pattern recognition refers to our capabilities to observe the pattern from a data. The data that we are talking about today is HS Harmonized System 39, plastic and article thereof, specifically HS 39.15, which refer to scrap of plastic. We observe the pattern from UN Comtrade data from year 2020 until year 2024. So what is the core problem? Even with the strict international rules and import bans meant to stop contaminated plastic waste, still large amount of illicit scrap are still getting into the countries. The situation shows that there is a gap, highlighting a need for more effective screening system and detections at the point of entry. Since 2018, under China National Sword Policy, China stops being the world recycling ground. They restrict the recycled material importation and the plastic waste now scrambling around the world to find grounds. Finally, they enter illicitly into the global south country. So we listen to the news, there is a viral story emerge, such as plastic waste being used as cheap toxic fuel for making tofu. Another story also, a very large dump site where plastic was open air burning, releasing harmful fumes. It wasn't until around 2025, the Southeast Asian nations like Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia finally put a serious total ban on plastic scrap imports to stop the problem. Next slide. In this research, we use data from United Nations Comtrade Open Database that has a statistical data of import and export up to 200 countries. We focus on HS 39 from year 2020 to year 2024. On top of the database, we run a statistical machine learning model of k-mean clustering and random forest model to identify pattern. We call this the pattern the inverse volume price signature. The pattern is simple, but it's very powerful. It is a suspicious trend where the reported volume of product goes up, while at the same time, the declared unit price goes down. You can see right here in the graph, the blue line, the volume is rising, while the red line, the price is falling. This is our red flag. We use this to pinpoint a specific HS code that are behaving suspiciously on global trade data. The skill is transferable with the capacity building among custom member to have those replicability testing on national importation data. Next slide. Here is the causal loop diagram that I propose. The causal loop diagram here illustrates the cat and mouse dynamic at play. The center of the loop is the trade data. For example, UN trade data, our own national importation data, in which bad actor and authorities interact with. On the left side, the reinforcing loop R1, which is the bad actor misclassify waste on each importation, which poison the trade data over the time. But here's the interesting part. The more they commit this fraud, the clearer their illicit pattern becomes. This actually helped us. It triggered the B1 balancing loop on the right. This clearer fingerprint allow authorities to get a better detection and enforcement on specific HS code and importer. For the time being, the pattern remain unseen until national authorities with the right skill set able to uncover their unique national pattern. Next slide. And here's the finding from the reports. The fingerprint lookalikes. We identify 6 high-risk HS code. A forecast method has been applied to the trends of importation, and the chart shows that exact inverse signature for several high-risk HS code. In each case, the solid red line, the price is trending down, and while the dash blue, the volume is trending up. This is exactly we are looking for data signature. Next slide. Then we took a step further. We didn't just want to find which code were at risk. We wanted to know what kind of product they were. So we used the K-mean clustering method to segment the entire plastic market, HS39. This gave us 4 clear groups. Number 1 is high volume commodities with yellow dots. Second is emerging commodities with the blue dots. Third is stable mid-market with the purple dots. And lastly, high-priced niche product with the green dots. From our analysis, we revealed that 100% of at-risk HS code concentrated exclusively within those two groups, the high-volume commodity and emerging commodity segment. This confirmed the high-risk HS code highly concentrated and predictable. Next slide. So this brings us to the why. What are the motivations of the bad actor? Why are they doing this? The motivation is twofold. First, to evade the national regulations. And second is to commit tax fraud. The graph here that I show in the screen is the rates of import duty and tax related to the HS code 339, in which on the right side, HS 39.15 is the true HS code for plastic waste in Malaysia, that under high regulation and highest tax duty for importation among all the plastic material. Meanwhile, other HS codes related to plastic materials varies accordingly, depends on the status, whether it's raw material or finished product. This chart makes it very clear. It shows that the average import duty and sales tax rate for different plastic codes. Now, when we look at the bar with the cross-hatch pattern, those are the codes that our model flag. Notice where they are the spread between at very high tax duty code and at a very low tax duty code. The fraud is clear. By misclassifying the waste plastic, label it as a prime virgin resin, the bad actor avoid massive tax duty and regulation entirely. Next slide. Just a quick recap. for the technical side, our model is built on key feature we pull from the trade data. We are mainly looking at the volume analytics, price analysis, and the risk signature that we talked about. This include things like average volume, average price, volatility, and of course, those rising and falling trends. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So what are the final results? So the final result is incredibly clear and actionable. We use explainable AI techniques such as sharp analysis, which essentially let us to look inside the model brains and to see why it making its decisions. It confirms our hypothesis perfectly. The absolute key driver for alert are price drop, volatile pricing, and rising volume. This proves that the inverse price volume fingerprint is exactly the right signal to be tracking. And the model that we built to detect this segment is highly effective. The random forest classifier achieved 93.75% accuracy on the test data. Next slide. So what we do with this information from the research? From this information, the research points at three clear policy recommendations. Number one is to strengthen the international treaties. We recommend that the International Plastic Treaty explicitly lists the high-risk HS code that we identify to be under annex categories that require prior informed consent, PIC. Second, we recommend that every nationals can implement risk-based watch lists with further scrutiny for high-risk HS code that identified for plastic waste operation in national level. And third, we promote data sharing. We encourage for adoption of cross-border data sharing on plastic waste operation findings, because every country might have their own specific HS code that on the high risk based on their own national data. Okay, next slide. In conclusion, so just to wrap up, we all know that the sheer amount of volume of shipping container make 100% physical inspection impossible. Our work here offer a practical solution for this problem. This data-driven approach led us to make a critical shift to selective risk-based enforcement. Our system turns confusing trade patterns into clear, transparent watch lists. This will empower us as authorities to prioritize our inspection and use our limited resources effectively by focusing only on the high-risk shipment. By turning data into intelligence, we can close this gap and build a smarter, more effective defense against waste trafficking. That's all from me. I give back the floor to the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for outstanding presentation, Mr. Sukri. And I think the floor are welcome to raise any question, feedback, or comments. While waiting, Mr. Sukri, I'm really interested in your paper presentation. I already read a couple highlights from your paper yesterday. And I think the methodology that you obtain in this research is you use the data from UN Comtrade, right? 2020 until 2024, I guess.
Yes.
And my question before other participant maybe raise or discuss this very valuable topic or insight, do you have any case study in terms of Malaysian customs? I mean, when the data in national or domestic Malaysian, such as the cargo or incoming container or probably coming into either the seaport or bonded area in Malaysia, and then you find those companies they misclassify should be scrap plastics, but they clarify as other plastic products. Do you have any case studies or experience within Malaysia in this
Thank
case?
you so much, Mr. Moderator, for the very good questions. So, as I mentioned earlier on my presentation, this project is my personal interest, in which I am very angry because every day I go to work and I smell very plastic on the air and it feels bad. And I want the main push for me to write this paper is to promote the tax authorities or custom authorities to use data to make use of data to enable them to find the exact importer that are bringing in those scrap plastic into the countries. Because this is my personal project, I couldn't classify. I use the classified data from my country data. So I just prefer on this project to use the data, open data that we have from UN Comtrade. And inside this paper, I promote every nationalities if they have the capacity building and capabilities on data analytics for them to test their own data, focusing on the plastic waste problem that they have in their country, for them to have their own HS code that they are selected from the training, machine learning training that they have done, and to identify and to stop the problem itself. So this paper is like promoting the capabilities for the nations to build up their capacity for them to go and seek the bad actor.
All right. Thank you. Okay, anyone on the floor, participants or the guests, would you like to raise any question or feedback? Or I may raise another question to Mr. Sukri. In your presentation, in the middle of your presentation, you mentioned that in terms of this classification, you stated like 6 Hs that could be fraudulent or could be triggering as a false or misclassification. What is the process that you use to kind of tunneling into 6 Hs code that triggering that this is gonna be the false one? Do you get the
Yeah.
point, Mr. Sukri?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah.
you so much, Mr.
Sure.
Moderator. So if I could reiterate my findings, the pattern is very simple. As I mentioned before, because we are handling a very lot of data from UN Comtrade data, in which I analyze almost up to 200 countries that are reporting the HS code 39 inside the UN Comtrade data. But I use the machine learning technique in which it enabled for me to process all of those data. So from the finding, we can simplify it onto inverse volume price signature, in which when the price of the material or price of the reported plastic, for example, virgin resin is going down, but the volume is going up. So, the plastic, virgin plastic is a very needed commodity for manufacturer to process into finished products. So the commodity price should be stable or become increased year by year. But from this finding, we found out the commodity price is actually going down, and we use this to become our indicator why the commodity price of prime virgin resin going down, meanwhile the demand is increasing. There must be something wrong. So from this technique, we classify this specifically HS code. This 6 HS code is a high risk HS code because we didn't include all other HS code within code HS 39. Only those selected 6 HS code that are high risk and having those behavior.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's clearer. There is one question from the participants, also the presenter, Pak Wisnu. Really interesting presentation. I would like to ask, how do you ensure that the inverse volume price signature is not just a correlation artifact caused by market volatility rather than intentional misclassification? And what steps did you take to make your machine learning model interpretable? Hope you got the point, Mr. Sukri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the question, I would like to answer the last question. I mean, how do you make your machine learning model interpretable? So inside my research paper, I have listed the reason why the my machine learning model is interpretable, because I am using the SHAP analysis. The SHAP analysis that I discussed is on the third last slides, in which the SHAP analysis has identified the price drops, volatile pricing, and rising volume are the key driver for the alerts of plastic waste misclassification detections. So the SHAP analysis is a technique within the machine learning that we use to declare which indicator that we selected among all the indicator that we have here. Okay, and also to answer the question, how I ensure the inverse volume price signature is just not a correlation. Yes, I believe this is a very good question, because the selected HS code that I have listed on my research that we find, I just stated it as a high risk HS code that the authorities can go and see. When the container comes with those high risk HS code, the authorities, custom authorities, can be more alert or vigilant on those container that come, instead of they have no idea or no other intelligence that tell them which is the most high risk container for them to check. Okay, I hope that's answer. And also the market volatility. To discuss a bit about the market volatility, we see that during 2018, during the China closing their doors for importations of scrap materials getting into their countries, and they don't want to become the global recycler anymore, then we see the surge of price goes down, especially price of virgin material, plastic, where trending go down, in which it reflects that they might be, we suspect, misclassifications, in which the bad actor has misclassified the prime virgin resin by inserting inside the scrap plastic at a very lower price, in which it changed the price of resin from high to low, and it shows on the global trade data. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for your great presentation, Mr. Sukri. I think this is the time for your presentation, and what I can conclude, it's very important for us, Indonesia Custom also, specifically for enforcement team, because you can use this kind of methodology to grab any law enforcement that could put in place, and also for audit posts. I think it could be also beneficial for them. Thank you, Mr. Sukri.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
ladies and gentlemen, now we going to the third presentation. Let us continue with the third paper with the title Remotely Piloted Aircraft System and AI Integration for Custom and Excise Surveillance, written by Edwin Iskandar Dinazar. Mr. Edwin is currently working as Technical Policy Analyst as Coastal Patrol Subdirector at DGCE Indonesia Custom, and his expertise is a lot to come, like forensic crime and illicit timber trade, and also he obtained recently a graduate certificate in law, maritime studies, Australian National University, and also with ABF Canberra, Australia, 2025. And now, Mas Edwin, the time is yours to present your paper.
Thank you, Mr. Iswandi.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me present my presentation about remotely piloted aircraft system and artificial intelligence integration for customs and outside surveillance. So the background is last year, DGCE had recently acquired two medium-level remotely piloted aircraft system, or we can call it short drones, at Q4 of 2024. However, after acquiring the system, there's a lot more. We need to develop our system. We need to develop a standard operating procedure. And on the other hand, the crews are already burdened with high expectation from the leaders. We still need to prepare the legal aspects, operational familiarization, because there are different requirements for different areas. Different geography means a different operational challenge like that. And so the drone team of DGC is still at infancy. There are still lots of room for the improvement. On the other hand, Ministry of Finance had just started to adopt artificial intelligence for strategic planning, marked by the formation of community of practice at the end of 2024, and there are several trainings at early 2025. So I started to hypothesize that theoretically AI could improve drone operation. We have several problems identified. First of all, we have a limited asset, not only the drones, but also the operators. But we have a vast area of interest that we need to monitor. For example, at the eastern side of Sumatra Island, we call it Pesisir Timur Sumatra, there are hundreds of illegal landing spots for illegal ships that could be used to smuggle illegal things. At the northern side of Borneo Island, we have a vast land border with Malaysia, and at the eastern side of Papua, we also have land border with Papua New Guinea. Also in Timor, we have land border with Timor-Leste. So yeah, we have a vast area of interest with a limited asset. Another problem is the crew readiness and reaction time, because our crew are doing other jobs other than piloting the drones. It's not a specific job for them, not only to piloting the drones, but they also do other jobs. That's why we still hindered by the reaction time, operational readiness like that. So after the operation, we still need to compare historical events so we can develop a better targeting system for potential smuggling activities. So the main research question is how AI doing surveillance with drones over vast area with limited assets. I'm using internal survey to ask to our drone operators, and the second, I did some semi-structured interviews for with the experts in drone industry. I interviewed the guys from National Research and Innovation Agency, several lecturers in aeronautics from several universities in Indonesia, and also I asked industry practitioners, drone manufacturers, drone trainers, and other pilots from other industries. And the third one, I did some literature reviews to check for some reality check whether these issues that addressed by the pilots and addressed by the experts are backed by scientific research. So this is our assets. we are using a locally produced drone made in Bandung. This is the flight parameter. It could fly for roughly 2 hours. It could reach more than 100 kilometers, but for the telemetry range or its effective range, which it could live stream the video, is 40 kilometers with 1080p resolution. This drone is equipped with 4 sensor surveillance pod with 8 megapixel 180 times zoom, high resolution thermal imaging, wide angle, and laser rangefinder. The system is also completed with AI tracking module to recognize object to differentiate between human vehicle input and also made possible tracking object when the object is moving. This is some example of what the drone could see from above. It has 360 degrees rotating camera with 180 times digital zoom. It could integrate its thermal sensor with RGB sensor, and it has thermal detection and AI tracking like that. So the result is, after we discuss with our internal team, with our drone pilots, they identify several challenges. The main challenges are weather condition and flight duration, because they need to extend their surveillance duration, but it is limited by the capability of the drone itself. However, the drone itself is not to blame, because the flight duration will be highly affected by the weather condition. And the weather condition in Indonesia tends to be, more often than not, change abruptly. And that's why they address weather and duration as the most challenging aspect of drone operation. After that, we have post-flight analysis, technical problem, and screen fatigue during operation. According to our pilots, they think that anomaly detection is the most important area, needs to be improved with AI. After that, we have post-flight analysis and mission planner with different weighted value. We have several literature to support these findings. For example, Hutter and Friedrich in 2023, Ramachandran and Sangaya in 2021, and Tu et al. In 2018, which highlight the importance of anomaly detection during surveillance mission using drones. Okay, next, for external experts' perspective, they have different perspective with our pilots, but this might due to their extensive experience compared to our pilots, which most of them has 1 or 2 years experience in drone operation. Our external experts mostly have 3, 4, 5 years of experience in drone operation, so they have slightly different perspective. According to them, object detection is the most during drone operation in surveillance mission, especially in land border or coastal areas. Their opinion might stem from the aspect of visibility, since in the drone industry, object detection technology is already widely implemented. That's why they think that this is the most important aspect to improve, followed by anomaly detection, edge computing, and in-flight navigation. Edge computing is some sort of technology that allows us to process the data gathered by the drone on the drone itself, instead of sending back the data to the server and sending it back to the drone. So edge computing enables us to make a faster decision. However, there are some challenges in drone and AI implementation, especially in surveillance mission. The biggest hurdles of the integration of AI and drone is system integration, because different operators tend to develop their drone system over time. It's not a complete package from the start. They tend to buy the drones first and then upgrade it with different sensor, with different subsystem. So that's why, according to external experts, system integration is the most challenging thing that they need to tackle. And the second one is model limitation, because in real life condition might be different with how the AI system provider expected to be. So it is followed by the lack of system training, because the lack of system training and the limitation of the model will lead to a false alarm, which might hinder the effectivity of the drone operation. Computer limitation and cyber threat, which is rated slightly below other threats. There are several literature reviews to back this finding. Paul et al. In 2024, Liu et al. In 2023, and Zhu et al. In 2018. They highlight that the importance of object detection, while also noted that the system integration might be more challenging than creating the system itself. The last part of the result, there are several aspects highlighted by our source person. I collected into 4 groups. The first thing is external experts agreed on legal aspects such as regulatory, privacy preservation, data safety, responsibility sharing, and public monitoring as one of important aspects that needs to be highlighted. This is in line with the finding of Tian et al. In 2019, which stressed on the authentication framework for privacy preserving in RPS surveillance operation. It highlights the data collected by the drone system, like facial recognition and geolocation, like that. So they highlight the authentication framework for privacy. And the second group of issue is the lack of compatible data set, which I highlighted earlier, because the lack of data set will lead to mismatch of the training data with a real world scenario, which in turn will generate false positive, hindering effective AI implementation into RPS operation. For example, when the system is trained on traffic jam, while what we are looking is road accident, the drone and AI system will fail to detect accident if it only trained for traffic jam like that. It also mentioned by Du et al. In 2018, Deng et al. 2024, and Ibin et al. In 2021. Our internal and external sources also agreed on the fulfillment of technical aspects, such as system integration, the availability of the hardware required, like onboard computing, edge AI, and the capability of the drone itself. Last but not least, human factor remains as important aspect of RPS and AI operation, because there are aspects like decision making, responsibility sharing, and ethical concern during drone operation, because we are collecting a large amount of data, and there might be some privacy concern in it, there might be some ethical concern in it. That's why it remains to be an important aspect. So in conclusion, based on the external experts, our internal pilot's perspective, and literature review, I can conclude that drone itself, which is a cost-effective means of surveillance itself, a force multiplier, we can say, and artificial intelligence, which many consider as a technological breakthrough. Both of them could be integrated across various stages, from flight planning, from in-flight, during flight, to operation, target detection, and post-flight. So it could create a perfect loop of the system. The integration of AI and drone could potentially increase the DGCA's capability in detecting possible smuggling activities, whether in land border or coastal areas. There are several aspects highlighted by the experts, such as the legal aspects, hardware, dataset for AI training, and human factor. And the follow-up is we need to establish more comprehensive internal training. And then second one is systemic upgrade of the system to catch up with the technology and the organizational needs. And we might need to to do AI system piloting for drone. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Edwin. Really appreciate your project or your research in this context. And any participants or floor? Okay, we have Berlian Yoga. Please activate your microphone and any question to Edwin.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Iswandi, for the chance to ask our presenter, Mas Edwin. Very insightful presentation, and I got a new knowledge. I think that the GCA have a drone, and then I want elaborate more. Maybe the one have you have a data, yeah? How efficient is the drone compared with the sea patrols maybe, or our current enforcement tools, yeah. And then the second one is there any maybe similar technologies, yeah, that already deployed by other law enforcement such as Navy maybe, or police or Bakamla, so that maybe as you mentioned before in your conclusion, the challenge is the integration system, yeah. And is there any chance to make like integration system with other law enforcement, or maybe the drones is owned by customs department only? And then I think that's all my question. Thank you, Mas Edwin, and congratulations.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Edwin.
Thank you, Sam Yoga. Okay, for the first question, is there any means to measure the effectivity of the system itself? It's hard to measure effectivity when we are still at infancy, I think. And I admit that we are really still at the beginning phase of drone implementation. Our pilots are still shaping the operation, which areas that we need to focus on. How will we operate? Because turns out, while drones looks promising, it looks easier to operate compared to manned aircraft. There are several regulations that we need to fulfill, and the regulation is being regulated by another ministry, Ministry of Transportation. And for example, we are not allowed to operate at night after sunset. So if we want to operate the drone at night, we need some special permit, which is not easy for us to acquire like that. So, another thing, the drone itself is not meant to replace our sea patrol unit or land border unit. It is meant to complement each other. It is meant to add some more layers for our surveillance group. For example, we are relied heavily on human surveillance. We are relied heavily on informants. But we might add some more layer in it. We might use the drone to monitor large area, which might be we can't get data from informant. We cannot get data from our human surveillance because areas that we cannot access as easy as when we are looking down from the drone like that. So it's not meant to replace our sea and land patrol unit. It's meant to complement it. And while doing that, we still try to shape our operational systems. We are still shaping our daily operator, so we still can't answer how effective it is, how effective it will be. And second, in regard to another government agencies that are using drones, we already got information that the military already use drones from the uh, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, they all already use drone to various degrees. But the most similar one that are operating hours are from uh, the Army. The Army owns several drones that are at the same class with ours. The Navy have different classes of drones, and especially the Air Force, they have the larger ones, which is not at the same class with ours. The police also operate drones, and the Bakamla also operate drones. However, it's hard to reach them to get some insight on how they operate their drones. There's some level of secrecy that we cannot get passed through. That's why I I managed to exclude other government agency perspective on this research because I cannot get through that level of secrecy like that. But yeah, from press release and public available information, but we don't know the exact number and the exact location of the drones. We don't know yet whether they integrate AI in it or not like that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwin, for your clarification. I think that's answer a question by Yoga. There are a
Yes,
couple
thank you.
question, but I
Oh
think
yeah, yeah.
we have limited time by Edwin. I guess yeah, this one from Pak Rosadi. I think you explained before previously, but one more question. Is this overlap with other duties from other law agencies like Army or Navy? Or
Okay.
you haven't done that research?
Uh, when we are talking about overlap with another agency, it's already a long issues. We are not only talk about drones or other else. Previously, it was a hot issue in Sea Patrol because there are certain agencies that think that there was overlapping between several agencies at sea. But basically, we have our own concern. We have our own domain. Especially, we are monitoring the flow of goods in and out Indonesia. Basically, we monitor them through the formal point of area like seaport, airport, and land border. But there are lots of area that we need to cover, and potentially that area could be used for smuggling, just as illegal ports along the eastern part of Sumatra and along the land borders between Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia PNG, Indonesia Timor. So I think there are no real overlap between agencies because our main concern is the flow of goods, especially at the border, and uh, the, uh, the legal flow of goods within seaport, airport, and land border.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwin, for your outstanding presentation. And I think that's conclude our session for today. But we still have one more presentation. So we'll have like 30 minutes break until 1:15 Jakarta time. And then we'll come back to this breakout room. We have one more presentation from Brian and team. And then we continue to the plenary session. I think that's all. And thank you very much for our presenters, Mr. Lenny and team, Mr. Sukri and Mr. Edwin, and we still have one more presentation, and we'll have a break for 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome back to all participants. Before we start, I would like to check sound for Brian, our next presenter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Iswandi.
Okay, so you guys ready, right? Okay,
Yes.
just hold on.
Okay, can we have an access to share the slide, please?
Okay,
Mas
Arif.
Aldo. Yeah.
Okay, Mas Arif, would you like to grant them the access for sharing the screen, the slide?
Yes, wait a minute.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think it's already 1:14 and let's start with welcome back to all participants. Let us continue to the presentation. This is our last paper presentation with the title Designing an Agentic Artificial Intelligence for Streamlining the Advanced Ruling on Classification Service, written by, we have 4 authors, Brian Habib, Aldo Junaidi, Gita Olivia, and Firman Shah. For first author, Brian is currently working for GCE Indonesia Customs, and he has already obtained so many awards and achievements. Some of them are presenter at the 10 Indonesian Students International Conference in Melbourne 2025, and also best paper and presenter at National Vocational Accounting Symposium 2025. And although the second author, he is working at DGCE, and his main expertise is web-based application development, especially on the back end. The third one, Gita, she is currently working at Directorate of Objection, Appeal and Regulation. And the last co-author is Firman. He is working at Soekarno-Hatta Custom and Excise Main Service Office, and he has achievement as the first winner at ULM National Investment Competition 2025. For Brian and team, the presentation will be in 20 minutes. So if you 4 of you will be speaking, you only have 5 minutes each, and follow up with 10 minutes discussion. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Brian and Tim to deliver their presentation. Screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Iswandi. Before we started, maybe can you give an access to our friends, maybe? Because we want to share some demonstration, so we need to share in our PC.
Okay, our operator, Mas Arif, which one? Aldo or?
Yeah, Aldo.
Aldo, okay.
Yeah.
Mas Arif, would you like to grant access to Aldo for share screen? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we think that this is would be the last of parallelizations, but we hope that we can enjoy these last presentations. We are from Directorate General Customs and Excise. My name is Brian. All of us in the same room with my colleagues, Aldo, Gita, and also Firman. We would like to present our research entitled Designing an Agentic Artificial Intelligence for Streamlining the Advanced Ruling Services in Indonesia. So we also collaborated with one of the Center for Customs and also Excise Study in Polytechnic State of Finance. So next, please. So our research inspired by our vice presidents of Indonesia that the AI would replace people, but people who don't use an AI will be left behind. So in these situations, we are creating some of a new perspective with the future research on the advanced ruling. Next, please. When we talk about the assets code or advanced ruling, we started to see the fundamental of the classification dilemma. In the left side, you can see that when importing goods, the importers can self-classify their goods during the import process. But usually they face some associated risks. For example, like misclassifications, potential dispute penalties, and also the delay at the borders. So to avoid these problems, there is another choice that they can apply for the advanced ruling on classifications. It is a service mandated by the WTO TFA and also the WCO to get an official decisions regarding the access code from the customs before the goods are imported. And Indonesia has been implemented the advanced ruling since 1997. And we know that this service named as a pre-entry classifications. However, when we look at the data, the graph on the data, these solutions has a significant problems. As you can see on the graph that the submissions of advanced ruling is increasing dramatically in 2024, which shown a high demand on these services. But we can see that the number of ruling that we successfully issued is only about 40 to 50% of the total applicants. This is a massive performance gaps. And why this could be happen? The answer is in the next slide. So we can see that the applicant is keep filling up, but the outcome is not fitted well. Why? Because there is a primary gap caused by the high error of the applicant sides. This is including the incorrect administrative fulfilling, incomplete supporting data, and also non-compliant technical data. So this is a real root problem in our services. So what's happened and what's wrong with the situations? Is that okay if we make another online submission systems? We found two critical gaps. The first ones, operationally, the current digitalizations, like a simple online forms, is superficial. Why? Because it could be clashed with the other mandatory administrative applications. We know that in our ministry we have Nadine and also etc. that it's not really flexible to adding another application. So it would be made create a new application silo. So to make it simple, it's like this. When we make another form filling submission system, then the examiner still needed to do manual completeness checking out of the systems. So what is the difference with the current situation like that? So the second, we see that the existing research related to advanced ruling is particularly only talk about the access code and focus on the access code predictions. And another research only talk about the technical implementation. So our research would be the first study that implement the artificial intelligence for the advanced ruling. Next, please. To this research aim to design an agentic AI with two serve dual functions. The first one is for the applicants, that the agentic AI will provide the proactive assistance for advanced ruling submission, generating form and document validations, and also reduce the administrative bottleneck. The second, for the examiner, the AI will provide access code recommendations based on the contextual model. We will explain on the next slide to assist the analysis and also pre-analysis process. All the functions will be integrated in the workflow platform that could be flexible to add with the other and also to upgrade it. Okay, next please.
Okay, so currently on your left side is the existing procedure. Yeah, we still runs semi-manually. The user first submit the AR document, then the completeness check takes up to 7 working days just to confirm whether the submission is accepted or not. And after that, it moves to the pre-analysis stage, which use the where the officer try to determine possible HS codes. Then the process continue to analysis step, which is the ministerial mandate application for legal digital signature. And your right side is our agentic AI model, who provide faster and flexible workflow. The user can interact directly through a chat-based agent, while the system perform automatic validation and provide HS code recommendation almost instantly. What used to take more than 7 working days can now be done in a fraction of the time without sacrificing accuracy or compliance with regulation or even the technical interpretation of the HS code. Next. Okay, our methodology follows a logical four-stage framework. In the first is problem identification, where we conduct an in-depth interview with senior classification analysts to see the main problem. The second is we gather data to build a AI's knowledge base. We apply the RAG or retrieval augmented generation technique. And the third is we design a modular and context-aware AI. We focus on building an AI that is proactive, goal-driven, and has contextual memory, meaning it can remember the flow of conversation and knows its ultimate goal. And finally, in evaluation, we test the design using experiment and simulation to get empirical evidence. We use 222 historical issued advanced ruling document from January to June to train and test the accuracy of HS recommendation. And most importantly, we use 19 advanced ruling submission document from quarter to 25 as sample to simulate the end-to-end workflow. We also include the validation criteria from our interview as a key part of the knowledge base. So in evaluation, we focus on measuring domain-specific capability, the AI's ability to operate in the highly specific field of custom classification. Next.
There's a question why we choose AI over ML. The core challenge is that traditional supervised learning, like machine learning, requires the same amount of label data. We simply don't have that for advanced learning case. We only have about 222 historical data points. Worse, many of our AR cases involve entirely new goods. Our historical data doesn't cover this new HS code, so traditional model would fail. Because of this low data and the high novelty problem, we have chosen different path, a structured agent. Instead of training the model, then classify item based on their class, we use the approach which reasoning based on the context, much like a human expert. This allows it to handle product it has never seen before. To support this, we also use agent for information extraction to read submission document and to pull the key data of the document. We then use the data to automatically generate the required forms. In short, this agent-based system is built for our specific reality and effectively handle low data and new products by reasoning, which improve both our accuracy and efficiency. Next. This is our model context protocol flow. What is the key point is our recent evaluation depends on Gemini 2.5 Pro performance. The MCP is the protocol that we use to communicate between the LM and the tools. In this project, we also use the stream HTTP HTTP as a transport in MCP. And actually, there is 3 tools, but one is processed asynchronously. The first one is advanced ruling tools, AR, including the application submin and the document analyzer. And the second one is HS tool running asynchronous to help the officer get the recommended from the user description. So the HR tools actually there is 2 tools in one that flow. This is our flow about the tools. We can see the red square over here is the administration checking. It's to validate the input schema and check the main requirements. What is checked is to ensure all the 7 mandatory inputs are identified, like item name, brand, port, and other else. We also check the formal validation, check the main requirement, item is not currently undergoing import declaration or objection. The instant form, the red square with instant form, is the process which generate the form. So the HR form will be generated by the tools. The SKS verification tool use the structured agent. So first it detects the section, after that it detects the post, and after that it use the post array to generate the 8-digit code. But there is a limitation on this because we cannot use the explanatory notes or EN and send due to intellectual property rights issues. Our information, the knowledge, stored in the vector database ChromaDB.
Okay, now let's move on to one of our most important findings of how context plays a crucial role in HS classification accuracy. In this stage, we tested 2 different methods using 222 historical advanced ruling documents. We compared a model without context in Tool 1 and with chapter notes in Tool 2. As you can see at the table, Tool 2 consistently outperformed Tool 1 at every digit level of HS recommendations. The biggest jump occurred at the 8-digit level, where the accuracy increased from 36.5 to 55.9. In conclusion, this experiment proves that integrating context, especially through chapter notes, significantly improve the accuracy of HS recommendations. However, we also know that for more complex cases, EN and SEN are crucial to correctly determine the more detailed 6-digit and 8-digit codes, which explains why the accuracy isn't 100%. Next. Now let's take a look at our final evaluation results to see how well our agentic AI performs overall, both from quantitative side and qualitative side. Our agentic evaluation is based on domain-specific approach, which refers to the ability of a tool to understand, process, and operate effectively within a specific field. As you can see at finding 1, starting with the validation function, the AI achieved an accuracy rate of 89.47%. This is actually a very promising result because it directly addresses the core problem of our current system, the administrative errors. However, you might be wondering, why wasn't it 100%? So after checking, we found 2 false positive cases where the AI marked submissions as valid, but examiners later rejected them. The reasons were quite interesting. First, some supporting documents were written in foreign languages, which the AI couldn't fully interpret. And the second is, some cases involved multi-component goods or multifunction goods that were insufficiently described well, making them hard to classify accurately. And let's take a look at finding 2. Moving to the HS recommendation function. When the AI used the initial raw descriptions from the applicants, the accuracy was only 9.09% at the 8-digit level. But when we gave it the final clean descriptions, the same one used in the issued rulings, the accuracy jumped dramatically to 72.73%. From finding 2, maybe you're wondering why the accuracy dropped at 8-digit level. The accuracy of HS recommendations decreases at deeper levels, such as 6-digit and 8-digit classifications, because these complex cases require detailed interpretation using the EN and SEN. However, since our model did not have access to these references due to intellectual property restrictions, it was unable to fully resolve such intricate classification cases, resulting in lower accuracy at those levels. So from all the findings that we explained priorly, we conducted a qualitative evaluations of the AI's behavior using 3 criteria. First, in the terms of coherence, the agent demonstrated strong consistency when validating forms. However, there were minor variations in the number of HS code recommendations it produced, and it likely due to differences in how it interprets ambiguous item descriptions. And the second of all is the internal resolutions. The agent achieved a perfect result, 100%. It accurately recognized users' intention to apply for advanced ruling application, as well as additional such as uploading files or activating specific tools. This shows that the AI can understand users' command contextually. And the third is about the task adherence. The agent 100% adhered to the design task flow. It always ensuring that the advanced ruling application, the form generation, was completed before proceeding to the file analysis. Next.
Okay, gitu. So in conclusion, first, we successfully designed a comprehensive agentic AI architecture. We proved that AI can manage the end-to-end administrative workflow, moving beyond the narrow focus of HS prediction that dominates other research. And second is the 89.47% validation performance shows a significant potential to reduce administrative error in our service. We confirm that a context-based classification approach is crucial and far more accurate. And we also have a room of improvement by using EN and CN. It connected to our first recommendation, and we hope that we can train the model to handle the anomalies such as foreign language and function good. But most importantly, for policy, this design must serve as a blueprint for future advanced rule digitalization, shifting us away from superficial silos and towards smart integration. This agentic AI mustn't become a new silo. It must be designed as an intelligent front end that validates data before sending it to the existing CHESA or ENSWay workflow. Next.
Okay, before we complete our presentations, I think it's better for us to explain and demonstrate what we have done. So we would like to share the applications. Please, Mr. Aldo. Yes. Okay. This is the interface of our architecture. Then, if you want to ask some advanced ruling, you can just direct to chat with the agent to give some informations on the interface. Then the agent would be started to analyze whether there is another needs to give another informations, like for example, like these cases. So we need to add some information about the destination port. Then the AI would think and also would validate whether it is completed or not. Okay. This is the 7 mandatory input that should be stated in the form. After that, there is a function call. Then this is the form. The AI will be directly generate the form. So it could be no possibilities in error for the administrative form. Next, after that we uploaded our technical document to check whether it is valid to declare that our products is related to the technical document. Maybe we can see the result. Okay, so yeah. Okay, maybe on the next step. Yeah, this is the result. We can check in the view actions. Yeah, like this. So there is the detail of the name, and also there is a recommendation of the HS code. So based on what we have uploaded based on the document. So I think this kind of agentic AI will helpful also to give the futures of the administrative business process. And also we can see also the analysis under the details. It could be about the catalog, certificate, and also etc. So I think that's all of our presentations. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Wow. Awesome work for team Brian, Aldo, Gita, and Firman. I was impressed looking at your presentation. Even it's kind of simple problem, but you make it more valuable in your research. Any question from the floor or participants? I think one question. There is one question from Rosadi, but it's kind of more philosophical question. I think something is missing about the fundamentals. Isn't ML actually a subfield of AI? Quick answer. Brian or Aldo?
Okay, thank you to Mr. Rashadi. So in here, our context is ML is supervised learning, is a subset of NI actually. Deep learning also with use the neural network. And actually the behind the Gemini in the backbone is a neural network, a complex neural network. But what we want to distinct here is the traditional approach. Usually, and on the previous paper, we used some text or some categorical features or some numeric features. Then we get label data. For example, maybe we use the item name, item price, then what other features. Then we get the label data. So we train the model to get used to the data. In this our context, AI is more like generation model. So like Gemini 2.5 Pro is a generation model, but it's not a traditional machine learning. It's actually deep learning. Maybe that will be my answer. So we don't need the supervised learning, which we need to label each data is this is data for the HS code class A. This is data for HS class B. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have one question from Aditya. Would you like to? Okay, Aditya. Utari, we have Utari. Would you like to activate your microphone? Or
Hello.
yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Utari. I'm from the Directorate General of Customer Access Tangerang Office, Indonesia. Okay. Thank you for your great presentation. First of all, I really find it interesting how your design transform the AR process from a manual form-based system into an intelligent agentic workflow. But as we know, this kind of change isn't just about the technology. It also needs organizational and behavior adjustment inside the custom office. My apologies if I missed this part earlier, but I'm curious about this. From your research, what kind of changes do you think are most important to make this transition work in practice? For example, should we focus more on building digital skills among the officer, or rethinking workflow, or creating more trust in AI generate results? Okay, that's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Tari. Hope you got the point, Brian
Yeah.
and Tim. Yep. You may answer now.
Yeah. Thank you, Bu Tari, for the questions. So basically, if we talk about the services business process in our customs, commonly we prepare like a online submission. Maybe all of the office in Indonesia has implemented the form filling online submissions for the services like that. But we need to know that when we do like form filling submissions, like what we have done existingly, we need also a person or a people to check the submissions, something like that. So after the imported input, the applicants, then we also need someone on the back office to check whether the submission is already completed or valid, something like that. So our model is started to change the common model. So we don't need any persons or in the back office to check the applicant, something like that. So the applicants, the validations will be started to validate it with the AI. So also we think that there is some improvement that needed to be done first before we implement this kind of features business process. The first one is we need to have some regulations on also related the uses of an AI to our process business. I think for now we not yet to have those regulations. And the second, we also need to improve our human resource capabilities, especially in the uses of the AI. Like our vice president said that the AI couldn't replace humanity, but it would be helps for us. So I think this is our answer. Thank you.
All right, Brian and Tim, I think you have a lot of enthusiasm in your paper. I will maybe pick up two more from the chat box from Mr. Hisma and Mr. Jobik. Quite similar question about the accuracy. I think there are two kinds of accuracy, right? First one is validation, second one is HS code. I think both of the participant inquiries about those. Would you like to explore and elaborate?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rizwan. So we have two kind of tools. The first one is the advanced ruling tools, which mean that the tools is the output is generating the form and also validate the documents. So the result is 89%. why 89% is actually that there is a false positive, which means the AI said that the document is valid, but the examiner say it's not valid. So the reason why, because the document is written in Chinese. So our examiner doesn't understand about the Chinese. So they are rejected the documents. But the AI, because this is the multi-language, so they can interpret it another language. So actually 89% it is actually not the real one. Because the AI is more powerful than the human. But we also need to constrain that some of the cases, like multi functions of the goods, need another technical interpretation. So every people can have a different interpretation. So that's why in our business process, after this agentic AI process, we actually, based on the regulation, we have another business process that we can request some informations. Something like that. So it is okay. And the second, I would like to explain that the 89% is different with the SS code accuracy. The SS code accuracy is among maybe 70 to 80%, something like that, because we realize that to improve the accuracy, we need to use an EN or SEN. So the nine so the 90%, I think that's the answer for this segment, Mr. Iswandi.
All right, Brian, I think there is one meaningful input from Mr. Jopi about the HS validation, which is only 9% something, if I don't remember. And I think this is, you need to add some more query to specific chapter to make result better. Do you agree with this advice?
Yeah, actually, we have a specific query in some of the chapter. For example, like chapter 1 to 40, we query to require some of the documents like the certificate of analysis, MSDS, and something like that. But for the other chapter, like 84, 85, 86, 87, we doesn't need to requires document like certificate of analysis and something like that. But we need to have we need to require some another technical document, something like the catalog or the specification, something like that. And also in under chapter 84, the applicants need to give some of the sample of the goods because we need to check in the laboratory. So that this is the query that we actually have input in our model. So they can separate which one is need COA or which one is need MSDS, something like that.
All right. Okay. One compliment from participant, Mrs. Dewi, say that this is a very brilliant breakthrough. Brian, congratulations. And I agree with Dewi Lestari. One last question, I think, before we wrap up this session, because a lot of comments, feedback from this chat box. I really appreciate it. From Iban Arya, maybe you can read also, Brian and Tim. Just wondering, based on your statistical data, since 2021, the AR is just 40 to 55% approved by the total submission. He asked about how the authority tackle this in this current situation. I mean, in the previous scheme.
Okay, thank you. Before we implement the idea of the agentic AI, actually we try every years we do an online webinar for all of the imported to share and to give an informations how to submit an advance ruling. But again, based on the common results, we see that not every importers are understand about the advance ruling. So yeah, we also go around of Indonesia to share the importance of advance ruling. But again, there is a lack of knowledge on the imported sides. This is also related to our results that we have been shared in the previous slide, that the descriptions from the importer is the accuracy is only 9%, because the importer actually doesn't understand what they imported, something like that. So after we elaborate with the technical data, we communicate with the examiner, the accuracy of the assets tool is become 90%. So I think that is the gap between the importers and also in our services. So yeah, I think it is need more improvement. So this kind of idea is one of the thing that maybe could be increase the issue of asphalt rolling, something like that.
All right, thank you very much, Brian and team. Once again, congratulations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session for today. Thank you for all speakers for your outstanding and contribution. And to all participants, thank you for your attention, enthusiasm, and engagement. We hope today's discussion has been insightful and productive. See you at the next conference. I'm Iswani signing off. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And now for all participants, you may return to the main room for plenary session. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
We kindly invite all participants to return to the main room to proceed with the next session on our agenda. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to Bapak Iswandi and Bapak Immanuel for expertly leading us through such a fruitful and insightful discussion in the earlier breakout room session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the second plenary session of today's agenda. We had a sort of invaluable perspective from the paper presentations, and now it's time to delve deeper through upcoming discussion.
Please allow me to officially open our plenary to discussion session. This is an opportunity for all of us, delegates, experts, and speakers, to engage in a shared, in-depth conversation on today's core theme, the innovation and digitalization for global trade. Leading us this highly anticipated exchange of ideas, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our moderator once again, Bapak Tagara Primadista.
Okay, good afternoon here in Jakarta, and good morning to our distinguished speaker from Brussels. We know it's still quite early there, it's about 8 a.m., but thank you again for managed to join us here in this session. So after the paper presentation, we will have a second plenary session here. So I will introduce our speaker. So first of all, Christian Lemke. He is a technical officer in WCO Enforcement, Facilitation and Technology Subdirectorate. He is responsible for the WCO data model, data analytics, passenger data, and postal matters. Christian is a custom digitalization specialist. He previously served as a WCO technical attaché on 2020 until 2022. He also co-organizing the data model project teams, and as a accredited WCO technical and operational advisor on delivering capacity building on data emulation and WCO instrument. Before joining the Secretariat, Christian spent almost 20 years as a German custom officer, including leadership in risk management at Frankfurt Airport cargo operation. Christian draft policies and guidance, manage working bodies, deliver trainings, and build partnership across administration and international organization. Yes, welcome, Christian. And then the second speaker is Dr. Hua Tong. He is a technical attaché of the WCO Smart Custom project. He is responsible for project research report, the Smart Custom community portal, and related workshop and study mission. He previously worked at the WCO RTC Asia Pacific. He is a WCO accredited expert on human resource management and development, and formerly served as executive director of the China Custom Research Center. He is overseeing international cooperation at RTC China in a long-term collaboration with RTC Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Hua Tong. So, to Christian and Hua, you both have from about 20 to 30 minutes for your presentation. And I think the presentation will start by Dr. Hua. Please, the screen is yours.
Mute. Okay, dear colleagues from the RTC Indonesia, thank you very much for welcoming us. Okay, thank you. I see you already shared my presentation, so I will start directly, and after that, following by Christian. Okay, so today I'm going to brief you about the WCO Smart Customs project. Yeah, next, please. Slide, please. Well, as you might know, this project was initiated between the China Customs and the WCO Secretariat, which launched from the December of 2023. It's a 3-year project, and the main objective is to first to update the WCO study report on disruptive technologies. And the second is to identify members' needs and what's their status by applying the technology. And also, it's a important initiative to build a platform to share the knowledge and to better understand what kind of the challenges and opportunities for customs by applying those technologies. It's a global project, and it's not only focused on the disruptive technology, but also focusing on how to let's say the like innovative application of the existing technology. It's like how to use your current technology smartly, because we also consider from the different development stage of members. Okay, and next slide, please. So this is our key deliverables. We have already published 3 reports on AI. Can you go back, maybe? Yes, thank you. Okay. We have already published 3 AI reports, which are first is the detailed report on AI adopted in customs. Second is self-readiness assessment tool of your AI status. And the third one is a case study for China customs by using AI. It's a very detailed study. And other than that, we launched the Smart Customs Survey, the first survey in 2024, and published a detailed analysis survey report. So you can find all those reports on our Smart Customs portal, which later, if I have time, I will show you. And there we are currently publishing at the final stage to publish 2 blockchain reports as well. And some of you might know one of the major deliverables is we build a smart customs community portal. And currently there are 33 case studies and 33 presentations from those project organized workshop. And we have another exchange forum for peer learning and share and exchange. We have successfully organized 4 regional workshops, including the one in Jakarta, and which gathers 88 members and 100 37 participants in person. We conduct 4 study missions. For example, in the AI area, we went to China and Switzerland. For the blockchain area, we went to Brazil and UAE. Currently, we are also working on another research paper regarding those challenges facing when customs applying those technologies. We will organize a global event next year. We will announce and also send the invitation. Yeah, next slide, please. So this is the Smart Custom Survey I mentioned earlier in 2024. As you can see, so 116 members participated this survey. So from the survey, we can identify the top 3 technologies. So you see the left bottom picture. Actually, the first one is big data and data analytics. The second is AI and machine learning, then blockchain and cloud computing. So in WCO Secretariat, due to there's a Bakuda project focusing on the big data and the data analytics. So our project, we choose the another top 3, which are AI, blockchain, and cloud computing as our major focused area for the technologies. And you can see the I think the right picture. So there are huge needs from the capacity building, especially on the technical skills and like cyber security and IT policy and governance. Yeah, next slide, please. This year, we launched another round of the Global Customs Survey. The difference is the previous one was focusing on identify the status. For example, what kind of the technology you are most pay much attention to, or like what level are you in. So this one is more focused. This year's survey is more focusing on the collection of the cases and projects conducted by the members. Currently, we received 62 members feedback, and we are working on it. And after that, we are going to build a repository to record the members' experience on the Smart Customs portal. So in the future, ideally, once you type in the keyword, for example, like blockchain, so all the relevant information for the case studies will be showed. So it will be helpful too. Next direct slide. Yeah, these are the 4 reports I mentioned earlier. So you can go to the Smart Customs portal to find all of them. But we have 2 different versions. One is for public, another is for like restricted for customs. So for customs version, you need to get a national contact point account, which is NCP account. So for Indonesia, also we are very happy to see you have one NCP. But if you want to have more, you can feel free to contact us. And if you are interested, later, maybe during the Q&A session, I can show you how to maybe register more NCP accounts. So these are quite valuable, I think, report. And all the AI reports were released earlier this year, and we are going to publish the blockchain reports very soon. And in the future, we are also working on the cloud computing. So the AI, blockchain, and the cloud computing are our major focused areas. But also, we will cover other important and emerging technologies. Next slide. Yes, we conducted 4 national study missions, as I just mentioned, to China, Abu Dhabi, UAE, and Brazil and Switzerland. Next slide, please. Thank you for RTC Indonesia. Uh, I personally have been to your RTC twice, so I still remember once was before the recognition as the RTC. At that time, I was working in the ROCB, and I joined the kind of study mission, and I conduct a workshop for the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia and also to customs. I still vividly remember at the time you are preparing to recognize the RTC, so by the WCO. So congratulations. And I also heard from my colleagues, because at that time I joined the Smart Customs project in November last year. So, but actually the second regional workshop was organized in Jakarta in October, so last year. So I heard that it was a very successful event and very heated discussions, and we collected many useful cases as well. So thank you very much for RTC Indonesia hosting our projects, a very important regional workshop for AP region. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the major portal I introduced. So you can see from the uh, we have like it's a important platform, and we have many like sections. So under each sections, for example, the case studies, there were 33 cases, and we are keep updating it. And you can also see it through the customs forum. So we have a forum that's focused on 12 technologies like AI, big data, and also the draws and others. Later, I try to show you the interface. Next slide, please. Uh, so we will organize the national contact meetings quarterly, usually quarterly. And last meeting, it's a virtual meeting, and we will invite all the NCP to join us. That's why I say it might be very important to nominate more NCPs from Indonesia, because we will invite the NCP to join this important meeting. We will update the progress of this project, and meanwhile, we will also invite a member to share their experience. So during the last meeting, we invite the Vice Chair Office of AP Region, Hong Kong Customs, to deliver their initiative on the blockchain, which is a project called Valid AP. So this approach was warmly welcomed by the all the NCPs. So it's I think we will continue this approach, and I hope in the future we can also hear the experience from Indonesia, because I know you are also doing lots of innovations and initiatives on the IT and also the technology side. Next slide, please. So this is general statistics. You can see so as of today, so we have 146 members joined this project. I think this is a quite impressive number, and we are also keep actually inviting members join this project. Um, So we have 243 national contact points currently joined this project. So in general, this is quite rich, the expert resources, because in the NCP, so they are not only from the like international cooperation department, but a majority part are from the technical like the departments or like IT, or they are real experts. So it's a very good plate, because we have the smart custom portal. It's a very good platform to provide a wonderful opportunity to peer learning and exchange ideas. And in the forum, for example, recently there's a heated discussion on how to use AI in the e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce. So how to do this kind of control. Some members also shared their experience in very detailed. And also, I mentioned earlier regarding Hong Kong's case, regarding their technical, specifications, and lots of details are also published in the forum. So, though, if you are the IT guys or experts, it will be very interesting and beneficial for you. Yeah, next slide, please. Yes, and as I already covered, so one of the most important deliverables is the WCO study report on disruptive technologies. The last version was in 2022. So we are going to update and to release the new version next year. I think it should be around the council session in the middle of next year. And currently, as you see, we have already endorsed the research methodologies and the outlines in the PTC in May this year. And we have three focused technology: AI, cloud computing, and blockchain. And there are so many relevant deliverables and reports about those three technologies. So this will be a new part of the new study report. And also, we will also collect more cases and to update this disruptive technology report. And we will also make full use of our what we learned, what we observed from the previous study mission to members, like in AI and the blockchain. We are also going to organize another one for the cloud computing. Yes, so to collect some concrete cases. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is I think in general about my presentation. So thank you very much, and I think I will give the floor to Christine, and then later I think I'm very welcome to ask to the Q&A session. So. And I would also like to maybe show you the smart custom portal during that period. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, and then we'll go straight to the next presentation by Pak Christian, and then after that we'll have a discussion. Pak Christian, the screen is yours.
Okay, now I should be audible. I was muted. Am I audible, Tagara?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please continue.
Perfect, thanks. And greetings also from my side from the WCO Secretariat in Brussels. First of all, I would like to thank Tagara and the whole RTC team for hosting this international conference and for the very kind invitation to join you today. Thanks also to my colleague, Dr. Tong, for the excellent presentation on the Smart Customs project and the work on disruptive technologies that are already reshaping customs operations every day. In my part of the presentation, I would like to take you one layer deeper and look at the foundation that makes this innovation sustainable, which is data harmonization with the WCO data model. It's worth mentioning that Indonesia Customs is one of the key partners in the development and implementation of the WCO data model, with Tagara as an excellent WCO single window and data model expert, with whom I conducted missions, I guess it was in Uzbekistan and Pakistan. And he just recently conducted a successful mission in Colombia. So we're very grateful for Indonesia Customs to release his expertise to conduct these missions for the WCO and our members. And of course, I will come to this slide in a few seconds. Sorry. And of course, Teji Kusuma, who was responsible for the WCO data model about 10 years at his time as a technical officer at the WCO Secretariat, and I had the pleasure to work and learn from him over 3 years during this time. So next slide, or first slide. That being said, let me start with the big picture. So smooth and predictable international trade drives growth and prosperity, but trade today is not a single event at the border. It's a chain of processes involving many actors, many systems, and many data requirements along the supply chain. The problem is that many countries, this chain is still fragmented. Different agencies ask for similar information in different formats at different times, sometimes still on paper or in systems that cannot talk to each other. This creates redundancy, delays extra costs for business, and actually makes it harder for authorities to spot the real risk. You can imagine like a digital twin or the physical good. The good has to wait for the digital twin because when it needs to stop, for example, because of bad data quality, there were redundant submissions, etc. So, but where does customs fit in here? Customs is right at the center of this chain with 3 core responsibilities: protecting societies and revenue, facilitating legitimate trade, and ensuring security. All 3 are legitimate, but they can pull in different directions. The challenge is to get the balance right, robust controls without disturbing trade. Customs can be part of the solution because customs sees almost all across cross-border flows and interacts with many domestic agencies. It is uniquely placed to drive broader reforms if it's modernized its procedures and data flow. Broader modernization typically involves removing unnecessary non-tariff barriers, streamlining cross-border procedures, simplifying and aligning data requirements, and implementing digital solutions and single window environments. All of this has one common factor, which is data. If we don't harmonize the data, we regress, no amount of technology will fix fragmentation. This brings us to the international framework in my next slide. Thanks. The good news is that modernization is not just a nice idea, it's backed by existing commitments we have on the international stage. So under the WTO Trade Facility Agreement, it encourages members to establish or maintain a single window. A single window only works if data requirements are clear and standardized, of course. Otherwise, it is many windows behind one screen. It calls for using information technology to support that single window. Digital processes are now expected wherever feasible, and encourage the use of relevant international standards for import, export, and transit procedures. That is a clear signal to look at instruments like the WCO data model. Then we have also the WCO convention, the revised Kyoto Convention. It calls on customs to apply IT to support operations, and it says when computer applications are introduced, relevant international accepted standards should be used. So don't use your own non-proprietary standard, but rely on international standards for the sake of interoperability. And it's also stated in the WCO Strategic Plan 2022-2025, which says closing the digital gaps between members, full utilization of procedures, and using data analytics and cross-border information exchange. To reach these objectives at scales, we need interoperable, reusable data standards. This is exactly where the WCO data model comes in. So we are not inventing a new agenda. The WCO data model is a practical way for members to implement commitment they already have. Next slide, please. Yeah, what is the concrete tool? This brings it to the data model. It's a data foundation for global trade interoperability. It was built over 2 decades based on the need of our 187 members, the customs administrations worldwide. It's a universal language for cross-border data exchange, and it's a harmonized reusable toolkit. In practice, when you modernize your system, you don't start from zero. You reuse globally agreed vocabulary that reduce development time and cost, support compliance with international obligations, and makes future cross-border data exchange much easier. So next slide, how do you actually implement it? Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. So step 1, identify target procedures. Decide where you will apply the WCO data model. Is it import, export, transit, postal, air cargo, permits, single window service, and so on? But focus first on high volume or high risk process, where harmonization will bring the quick benefits. Step 2, examine existing national requirements, compare what you already have, legislation and legislation, existing ICT systems and message formats, paper forms and instructions, so they give the full picture of what is collected and why. Step 3, harmonize national data, eliminate overlaps and inconsistencies between agencies, agree on a national data set per process shared by customs and other authorities. This is a policy and coordination step, and it prepares the ground for a real single window. And step 4 is mapping to the data model. Map each data element of your harmonized data set to WCO data model elements, and we provide a tool free for everybody. I will show you later. If something is missing, either adjust nationally or where justified, submit a data maintenance request, which will be handled by our responsible working body. I will also mention this later. So the global standard reflects your need. Align your ICT designs so new system use WCO data model structures, codes, and messages. Step 5, develop a My Information package. So document clearly which WCO data elements you use and how. The MyIP becomes a reference for systems developers, for traders, and for data exchange with partner countries. So following these steps ensure that data is not just putting existing paper forms online, but a real move toward interoperability, internationally aligned data. Okay, thanks. Now we can go to the next slide, which consists of several elements. So let me briefly unpack what is inside the WCO data model, from supply chain information to a common language. Next element, please. Yeah, many actors capture similar information. The WCO data model consolidates this into a single coherent library. The WCO data model library is a catalog of data elements with clear names, definitions, formats, code lists, and links to legal bases. It has key identifiers and codes, and they are defined once and are reused several times in the structure, which is the information models. This information model groups the elements into a structure like declarations, consignment, cargo reports, and so on. This ensures that when one administration says export declaration, partner understands the same structure. Next element, please. Yeah. And then your WCO data model provides technical representation. Sorry if I hope it's not too technical, but this is an electronic message how systems exchange data with each other. And so you can produce XML schemas or OpenAI JSON. So the IT staff can implement real message directly from the standard. These 3 layers to remember: it's context for the business process, semantic for it's a data library and information model, and the technical, which is the message formats and API specifications. So the WCO data model really connects business needs, legal requirements, and AT format, and is an end-to-end blueprint for interoperable procedures. Thanks. The next slide, please. Before I close, a quick look at how the customs community, the customs family keeps the data model future-proof. So we have the WCO Data Model Projects teams, which is the responsible member-driven body for maintaining and evolving the WCO data model. We have observers from partner organization and private sector, such as the implementer as well in this forum, in this working body. And the DMBT meets up to 3 times a year in Brussels, but the meeting is also hybrid, which allows full virtual participation, so you can also do statements intervention virtually. So there's only a few days, usually before the DMBT, where we have in-depth technical discussion, which is a focus group, and this is only in person in Brussels, because you can't have it's very challenging to have deep technical discussions in a virtual setting. So, but the DMBT all the decision will be made by the DMBT. And the DMBT develops an annual work plan and delivers an annual new version of the WC data model. Just to mention a few ongoing developments. So what we are currently doing is develop a maritime advanced passenger information package to cover maritime passenger information in line with the International Maritime Organization. And we do also pilots with industry stakeholders such as the cruise ships industry. Then we do the redevelopment of the WCO data model app. So I will show you in a next slide. I will show you the data model app, but we collected the members' needs, the lesson learned from the current app, and the idea is to do a redevelopment. And that's also a very exciting procedure. So to make the app even more accessible to our members and other stakeholders as well. Then we have the alignment with the UNC-FACT data model, which is the buy, ship, pay model. So this will ensure that we move toward one current international data environment where you can choose the standards based on your need, either the UNC-FACT buy, ship, pay model, which is more comprehensive, or the WCO data model, which is very focused on regulatory procedures. Then very exciting, but a bit too technical maybe. But if you like to dig into deeper this, feel free to Google this, for example. It's a linked data support. So we will explore the machine-readable, web-friendly representation of the WCO data model. So customs data can connect with other regulatory and commercial data ecosystems in a secured manner. So it allows to submit verifiable credentials, so use the WCO data model as the data language, but it's really something which is not in a fixed structure, but provided in a more machine-readable structure, and allows this new technologies just as a verifiable credential. So if you're interested into this, or you have any projects on this, please feel free to reach out to us, because we are also looking for pilots, as we are thinking this is one of the future how data models should be represented. So in short, the WCO data model is a living standard driven by members and adapted to new requirements and technology all the time. Then we have the next slide, the WCO data model app. You can use the QR code to open it. You can register, it's for free, and you will find all the information on the WCO data model in this data model app. You can browse it, you can search for elements. You can even map your national data set to the WCO data model, and of course submitting data maintenance requests for your administration, which will allow to adapt the standards and will be handled in the next DMBTs. Data model project teams meetings. So please feel free to check out the website, register, and discover the WCO data model on your own if needed. Next slide. To wrap up, let me use this slide to invite you to our flagship event. This is the WCO Technology Conference and Exhibition. It's our global platform where customs, other agencies, international organizations, and the private sector come together. It's a very big event with around 1,700 participants. So you can see, we have also session on WCO data model and other disruptive technologies. You can see concrete implementations, single windows, data analytics, AI, other solutions like X-ray machines and so on. And the next edition will take place in Abu Dhabi from 28 to 30 January 2026, and it's hosted by UAE Customs. So please feel free to check out the website, and if you're interested. It's a very nice and huge event, which we organize usually annually in different countries. So thank you very much. This brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope it wasn't too technical, but I'm happy to stay here for the upcoming discussion. Thank you. Back to you, Tagar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation from Dr. Tong and Christian. So I would like to highlight several things. So related to the presentation from Dr. Tong, so related to Smart Custom Community Portal. Yes, we already explored the portal, and we also have Indonesia. I think we have two national contact point, one from the international relation and one from the IT directorate. And we will be happy to join on the event that has been held by the WCO. But other than that, I also noticed that I think about 2 months earlier, there is a BRICS customs meeting, and then I think the RTC in Xiamen, they are having a BRICS Custom Center of Excellence. They've been launched, I think, about 2 months ago. And at that meeting, I, as the representative, proposed we have a discussion about data exchange from Indonesia and also from China Customs. I think is one of the things that also we could discuss. And then just for a context for our participant here, the WCO data model that has been presented by Christian is also been used in our case in CHESA, in our system, custom system, and also it be used as a base for data exchange. And if you know about the ECO, electronic CO, the ASEAN ECO, the Form D, is using also the base on the WCO data model, and also our exchange of SCDD, External Custom Declaration Document, is also based on the WCO data model. And even our bilateral ECO exchange with Korea and also with China also based on the WCO data model. That's the context here. I just want to add some context on the presentation from Dr. Tong and also from Christian. So I will give the floor to the participant. If you want to have any comment or any discussion, please feel free. Yes, dear participant, you can ask question via raise hand, or you can also use the Zoom chat or Slido on your link tree. We just wait for a moment. Okay, maybe perhaps it's a bit late in the afternoon here in Jakarta, Indonesia. So, oh yes, Dr. Tang, you have any comment, please?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor. And I just want to anchor your, I think, wonderful ideas. And I know currently Indonesia also customs nominated NCPs in our project. What I mentioned earlier is that if you want to have more, during our previous NCP meetings, we have discussion among members. So we reached a consensus on up to usually up to 5 NCP accounts can be created. So if you need more, you can nominate them from your current NCP account and reach out to us. We will give them more accounts. But if you need more, it's a case by case. You can also feel free to contact us. So this is some additional information I want to add. And regarding let's say the data exchange between like bilateral cooperation, currently in the Smart Customs Forum, there's a call for collaboration and the partnership column and a section. So you can post some topics relevant with for example, on which kind of maybe request specific from maybe from Indonesia customs to other members, and we will be willing to become the bridge to facilitate such the further communications. I'm happy to hear for you also visited RTC China Xiamen, and which is I think brothers and sisters regional entities in the AP region. So I'm also looking forward to seeing more concrete some cooperation cases in practice. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tong. Yeah, we will discuss with our NCP because we have several projects, we have several ongoing projects, and I believe that project will be aligned with other countries. I think we all have the same concern with custom. And also, we will state our gratitude to the WCO and also the China Custom for providing and funding this custom portal. Okay, and then I think I see we have a raised hand from author Peter Katio. Please, the floor is yours, and please state where do you want to address the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is on the Smart Customs initiative. I want to ask, apart from the national contact persons that are nominated by various administrations, can an individual be a member of the forum? If yes, what are the process in place to having access to the resources? Thank you.
I think Dr. Tong is still muted.
Okay, thank you for your question. And yes, this is also frequently asked question for our project. As I mentioned, actually, for customs officers, I mean, in one member, individually can also be nominated, but it must be through the official channel, which means through your current NCP. So your current NCP can nominate you, but of course, I understand there might be some internal procedure. I think you can discuss with your international cooperation department. But in our perspective, we welcome more experts and NCPs, and because we want to build a good platform, and also currently in the platform we have the 49 language translation function. So in the forum, you maybe some of the people they are not good at, for example, in English or French, but you can find your local language. So it's you can read and respond even in your local language. All the others they click the translation function can understand. So it's good to to push this kind of communication. And one more thing I want to highlight is currently we are the updating the new version of the WCO study report on disruptive technologies, and I'm very welcoming Indonesia to contact us to share your some maybe the wonderful cases. I think this will be very beneficial for other members as well. So we can publish it under the Smart Customs portal and also to selected for updating the WCO study report to be published next year. So I think this is a good opportunity also for other members to learn your best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tong, for the response. So just for context for you, so the participant and the author from this international conference is not all from customs. So there are several, there's also several authors that come not from the custom background, but they study the issue related to custom. So in our case in Indonesia, if there are from our countries who like to discuss and join, we will be also very welcome. We will discuss it with our national contact point for this issue. Okay. Okay, do we have another question? Oh, we have a question from the Slido. Okay, let me read it for you. So, to Dr. Tong, how does the WCO ensure that innovations such as AI and blockchain are tailored to members' local context and capacities, rather than being adopted merely as global trends? Your response, thank you. Still being mute, I think. The committee, please. Dr. Tong is still being mute, I think. Okay.
Yeah,
Please.
can you hear me? Yeah, because I think the audio is under under your control. But thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for this question. I think it's a very good question and very relevant with our project. So we are not going to, let's say, promote one model fit for all. This is not our purpose. So if you read our published detailed study report and self-readiness assessment tool. For example, using the later one, the self-readiness assessment tool, there are lots of aspects to be covered. For example, in the legal part, policy part, even the HR part, and also, of course, the technical and the part. So there are several different modules and a lot of, there's a list of like yes or no questions to simplify, identify your current status. So this is, I think, the first step. So after that, once you identify currently where are you, and then you can use the Smart Customs portal to raise your capacity building needs, and then the WCO Secretariat will consider. And of course, our project, we are also willing to liaise with the donor, and yeah, of course with other colleagues if they can support in this like capacity building needs and technical assistance to members. So this is one of the example. Regarding the AI and the blockchain, so I really suggest you can read our report, the detailed report on AI, which is a very, for me, I think it's a very comprehensive one, and you can have a look. We summarized many different application scenarios in customs, and also we make it very practical for members. So member can use it as a reference. It's not like you must do the same as the others, but it's a very good reference for you to understand what kind of the barriers, what kind of the for example, lesson learned. So you don't need to do it again and facing the same problems, for example. And we are going to also publish recently we'll publish the blockchain reports, and I particular focused on the different, the in the blockchain scenario, for example, blockchain on the AEO, blockchain on like single window blockchain with other like application scenarios. So in general, it provides quite diversified, models and approach currently applied in customs. And other than that, we have some like the detailed national case studies. So you can refer on this one. For example, in the China's case, it's more focusing on their AI in risk management. So it's quite interesting materials. So you can read. We don't like push one model, and we actually to provide many solutions for members. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tong, for the response. So just for context also for the participant here, so WCO creates a standard, but then in my experience interacting and also doing mission for the WCO, there is always a consideration for a local context. This is not something one, as Dr. Tong has mentioned, one size fit all. This has to be need to adjustment. As long as it's still in line with the international guideline, it still be no issue. But then again, we cannot let's say ignore all of the local context, because what is working in another place is not necessarily working as it is in our case. So we need to be careful on that. But there is always room for improvement, and we thank you WCO for all of the guidelines and all of the standard that has been produced. Okay, so because we have related to time constraint, I think we need to wrap up this plenary session. But if you still have any question, you could ask and send an email to the committee, and I will forward to the speaker. And once again, thank you, Dr. Tong and Christian from WCO. Hope someday I will go to Brussels to meet you both, and we can discuss a lot of things related to this smart custom portal and also the WCO data model. Okay, that will be all from me for this second plenary. I will give back to the MC.
Okay, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Tagara Primadista for serving as the moderator in the second plenary session. Give round of applause for Mr. Tagara Primadista. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, as we draw the curtain on this enriching second day of the 5th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, we are reminded of the incredible insights, collaborations, and innovations that have shaped today's discussion.
From transparency in customs to the transformative power of digitalization, we have explored ideas that will continue to ripple across the global trade landscape. But before we officially close today's agenda, it is our great honor to invite a figure who has been instrumental in driving the vision and excellence of RTC Indonesia. His leadership has empowered this institution to become a beacon of customs, education, and innovation, not only in Indonesia, but across the region. Ladies and gentlemen,
let us welcome Bapak Muhammad Mulyono as head of the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center to deliver his closing remarks. Bapak Mulyono, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello. Honorable Excellencies, distinguished speakers, esteemed audience, and respected participants. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the end of the 5th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who have contributed to making this two-day event a remarkable success. Your active participation, whether as speakers, audience, reviewer, or delegates, has truly embodied the spirit of collaboration and intellectual exchange that this conference aims to foster. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in rich discussion, critical reflection, and inspiring presentation under the theme Transforming Custom, Transparency, Innovation, Digitalization for Global Trades. Each session has broadened our understanding of how transparency strengthens institutional integrity, how innovation drives reform, and how digitalization reshapes the future of custom administration. Together, this element forms the foundation of a more accountable, agile, and technology-driven custom system that support fair and sustainable global trade. The insightful keynote session, expert discussion, and selected paper presentations have provided valuable perspectives from both theoretical and practical standpoint on the challenges and opportunities faced by custom administration around the world. The diversity of ideas shared here reflect our collective commitment to continuing learning, policy improvement, and technological adaptation. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to all distinguished speakers and moderators for their expertise and thought-provoking insight. Authors of the selected papers for their dedication and academic rigor, review experts for their careful evaluation and guidance, respected participants, and also organizing committee and supporting institutions, including the Directorate General Custom and Excise of Indonesia, the Polytechnic of State Finance, STEN, Indonesia, and the World Customs Organization for their outstanding collaboration and hard work. This conference, not only marked by the 5th year of the WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference, but also signifies the continued commitment of RTC Indonesia to knowledge sharing, innovation, and international cooperation in custom education and research. We're proud to serve as a platform for exchanging the best practice, advancing regional capacity building, and strengthening the professional network among custom administration and academic institutions in the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. As we look ahead, let us carry forward the momentum built here to implement the ideas discussed, to foster collaborative research, and to contribute to building transparent, innovative, digitalized custom systems that enhance global connectivity and trust. On behalf of the WCO RTC Indonesia, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your invaluable contribution. May the knowledge and connection gained from this conference continue to inspire meaningful progress in your respective institutions and countries. Finally, I wish you all good health, continued success, and enduring enthusiasm in advancing our shared mission toward modern and transparent custom for global trade facilitation. See you again at the next WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. Once more, thank you very much. Selamat siang, sampai bertemu lagi.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all our amazing participants, as we approach the end of this remarkable journey, allow us to take a moment to reflect on what an inspiring and insightful day it has been.
Indeed, Danar, from the keynote speech to the dynamic plenary sessions and thought-provoking paper presentations Today has been a celebration of knowledge, collaboration, and innovation in the world of customs and global trade.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the speakers, moderators, authors, and participants who have contributed to the success of the 5th WCO RTC Indonesia International Conference. Your presence and participation have truly made this event more meaningful.
A special thank you to our moderator, Bapak Tagara Primadista, Bapak Iswandi, and Pak Immanuel for leading today's discussion with such clarity and depth. And of course, to our distinguished speakers, thank you for sharing your expertise and vision. Before we officially close, Danar, we'd like to remind everyone to complete both the registration and evaluation forms available on the link tree. This is essential for receiving your official e-certificate.
And thank you to all of the dedicated participants. We have had a truly productive and inspiring day. And we sincerely hope everyone here found today's conference to be of immense value. This concludes the second day of our conference.
And Danar,
yes,
now the moment we have been waiting for. Let us announce the most 10 active participants who have been selected as the best questioners of the day. These individuals have shown outstanding engagement and curiosity throughout the session. I would like to congratulate to Juan Girsang, Aditya Darmawan, Reisa Devi Maharini, Naufal Hafiludin, and Dian Rayinta Patra.
That's for the first day.
Yeah.
And the second day, we have Berlian Yoga, Andi Kuncoro, Shirley, Iwan Surya, and Utari. Congratulations for all the best questioners. And once again, the committee will contact you to deliver your prize. So don't miss it. Well done, everyone, and thank you for joining the fun. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close this chapter, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, transparency, and innovation that has defined this conference. We look forward to welcoming you again next year with even more inspiring session, groundbreaking research, and global perspective. I am Danar.
And I'm Lintang. It's been an honor for us to accompany you throughout today's program. The stage may close, the smiles remain. Till next year, we meet again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And see you next year.